performance, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Did you know we have an Instagram channel? MVP Monday, Chiefs Take Tuesday, Best Bets, Fantasy Football Advice, and real-time updates during Chiefs games. Get behind-the-scenes content from all the guys on a daily basis. It's exactly why Instagram was created, to look at a bunch of 30-year-old dudes giving sports opinions. Kansas City's FM sports station and your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company. Your friend and jeweler.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and on behalf of everyone here, I want to thank you for listening to another season of Chiefs football right here on 96.5 The Fan. Although the season didn't go as planned, we saw record listenership these last 6 months, and that's all thanks to our listeners and Chiefs Kingdom. Our coverage will not change these next couple of months as we get you ready for a busy offseason, starting with the Combine, free agency, and the NFL Draft. Stay up to date with us on YouTube, Instagram, the Odyssey app, or right there in your car. This is your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
What a weekend it was. Divisional football weekend in the NFL. AFC teams decided for championship week, and obviously the NFC side is decided for the championship next weekend. 2:30, 5:30, right? Is that the right
I think
time?
it's 2 and 5:30, isn't it? 2 and 5:30 next week for the
one of them's got a 30
for the championship game. Yeah, the later one has the 30 in it. But man, I got a text from my buddy last night. I woke up this morning and said, "Boy, if the last 3 games of the year are as good as these last 2 weekends have been, boy, we are going to be in for a treat for some of these football games." But man, the weekend, for all intents and purposes, man, what a weekend of playoff football again. And we get to put a bow on it tonight with the national championship game, right? Like, it's not even over yet for the weekend of football. We get the national championship game tonight, put the college football thing to bed, and then close out the NFL postseason, in the next couple of days, 20 days until the Super Bowl, and then we're back to spring training, baby.
I feel like this game will be more entertaining than the last Monday night game we saw after a weekend of football.
I hope so, too, yeah. For at least a quarter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, give me 15 minutes of it at least.
Maybe a quarter.
First play of the game, pick 6. Indiana, Miami tonight starts at 6:30. Kickoff will be like 7:15. At least that's my assumption.
I think the coverage probably already started on ESPN, right? They got Michael Irvin already down. You got to get Michael Irvin early because by the time the day gets going, probably not a good opportunity to go after Michael Irvin after he'd been rolling around South Beach for a couple hours today, right?
Well, he was on Saturday Night Live on Saturday night. So.
Yeah, disappointed in that skit. It just didn't.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, you didn't miss much.
Okay,
yeah. It was a good attempt. It really was, but I've got friends that do better Michael Irvins than what we saw on Saturday Night Live.
All
Okay,
right.
so
He was on Weekend Update.
Yeah,
with
gotcha.
Michael Shea.
Yeah, good attempt. I mean, and
Looked like him.
Yeah, it looked like him, but it didn't. It just didn't hit, which is
Yeah,
okay.
fair enough.
That's fine.
Swing
I
and
watched
miss.
it yesterday morning or whatever it was, but at least they tried. I'll give them that opportunity. They tried. Not everything we do here hits. Like Cody's songs and whatnot. But hey, at least we try, right?
The library.
Try. Swing and miss.
Swing and a miss. It's all right. I'd rather try than not.
You miss 100 shots you never take. Michael Scott.
That was my friend Lash's dad's dating advice to all of us in college. Just shoot your shot. You never know.
Hey.
Hell yeah, dude. Lance Stevenson it up.
Hey, you want to get a drink? No.
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, next.
Why? Because I don't want to. But you
you're
thought this
fat.
through. No. Okay, sounds great.
You got pizza shuttle on your chest, man. Like, I ain't going out with you. Oh.
That sucks.
When do I put the pizza shuttle away? Still ain't happening. All right, at least I tried.
But yeah, it was a fun weekend of of the NFL with divisional round playoffs. By the way, a lot of those teams you saw this weekend, you're going to see next year on the schedule for the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's good, yeah. Play the best.
But that's what's always funny to me with these tweets, because this came from Harold Kuntz of Fox 4, a good friend of the show. Chiefs schedule next season includes at Seahawks, at Rams, at Broncos versus Patriots versus Broncos. Well, obviously you're going to play the Broncos twice because they're in your division. So yeah, and then at Seahawks, at Rams. I mean, honestly, could be completely different teams by the time you play them next year.
And that's the thing.
Is Stafford gonna if they win it all, does Stafford come back?
How do you not retire if you're Matthew Stafford, right? How do you not just walk off into the sunset if you win a Super Bowl this year?
Yeah, it has to be it.
Has to be, right? Like Peyton Manning.
Look at Travis Kelce's story.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like Peyton Manning, did he have the only real storybook ending? I guess John Elway did as well. We did it for John, and he was able to walk off after those 2 Super Bowls. But you don't get many opportunities to walk off in a good way, right? They tell you you're canceled, the show's over, your career's over, whatever
Call your buddy
it is.
Aaron Donald. Ask him if he has any regrets.
Exactly. No, it's exactly a good way to put it.
He's younger than you when he retired and in much better shape. Mm-hmm. Be like, how'd it feel? Did you have any, he's like, hell no, dude.
Yeah, I mean.
Have a championship, greatest defensive tackle of all time. Obviously, Stafford wouldn't be the greatest quarterback of all time, but he would put himself high up on the legacy sheet with 2 titles with 1 team. And then obviously the survival years with Detroit having all those fourth quarter comebacks as well that we mentioned way back in the day when we found out Matthew Stafford was high up on that list. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't know. I don't play the sport. Right. Obviously, I'm not a quarterback anywhere near shape or form, but I would feel 38 kind of at that point where it's like I can go out on my own, because I don't know what that's like. I haven't had that conversation with Kling yet, where you get to just go out on your own terms and say, you know what,
you don't control my future, I control my future, and I'm going to go out, riding the high horse and doing something different, because I think Stafford's got a personality enough to where he could probably do television. Plus, he's a name. You know how that works.
Sure.
Or, I don't know, him and McVay are the same age. Maybe they're really close and they're boys. And he's like, hey, man, whenever you're done and I lose a Shieldhouse kid to whoever and I lose this guy to whoever, why don't you come be my passing coordinator?
And I'll say no.
Yeah, like the Alex Smith. No, that's not happening.
No.
But
or you could just ride off into the sunset, be a dad, be with your wife. She's been battling a lot too, and whatnot. And you could just kind of peace out and walk away and just be a family guy. He doesn't have to do anything for the rest of his life if he never wanted to. He's set and he's ready to go, and he can kind of just ride off into the sunset. But I really do. I love those storybook endings, and I wish everybody could have that opportunity in sports to kind of walk off on top, like Tiger winning a Masters or something and walking off and waving to the crowd, or winning the Super Bowls and World Series and all that kind of stuff. But it barely happens. Sometimes for a lot of these athletes, quite honestly, they stay around a little bit too long, and then they go out and you go, oh God, where did that guy come from? I miss the old guy, and so for Matthew Stafford's sake, if you make it to the Super Bowl, you win the Super Bowl, man. You walk away, head held high. You call it a career. You got 2 Super Bowls. Probably going to get an MVP this year is kind of how I felt like watching the games yesterday. Everybody was kind of leaning that way. So it would be a great way for Matthew Stafford to kind of walk out of this thing. But, also, too, with the schedule for next year, half of these teams that are in the playoffs, guys, are not going to be in the playoffs next year. And we do this every year. Everybody was so excited about Washington. That could be this year's, Chicago Bears team where they kind of dissipate back, to the pack. Now that everybody knows that they're around. The New England Patriots, beneficiaries of a last place schedule. We don't know, what they're going to do. What's Seattle going to do? Is Sam Darnold going to be able to harness this for another year in a row? So there are still so many questions out there with these teams. And, when we look at, oh my God, next year's schedule, 50% of these playoff teams won't be in the playoffs next year. And, nobody thought at this time last year the Kansas City Chiefs were going to be a 6-11 football team and missing the playoffs. So just because you're in the playoffs this year and, you're on that track, I think Chicago has a better chance to be Washington than they do to be the Kansas City Chiefs, quite honestly.
I think Chicago might be – now, again, I don't know how the season's going to play out next year, obviously, but I think Chicago will be one of those teams where will be like, this is the NFC Championship favorite. I mean, they are –
yeah, they're closer to the 2018 Chiefs than the 2025 Commanders.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know.
This isn't like Caleb's first year. That's the only reason I say that, because that was Jaden Daniels' first year, and then it was like, all right, plus different style quarterbacks, at least.
Ben Johnson is my reason.
Dan Quinn, Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ben Johnson is, somebody texted me last night, has a real punchable face. He really does.
That's fair.
Have that real punchable face. But, who knows, are the Packers what are they going to be like next year, right? Who's going to be, running that show? What are the Lions going to be like next year and whatnot? So just because you made it into the playoffs this year does not guarantee you next year. And what about the Denver Broncos? Is anybody sold on that organization right now and their quarterback situation with, an injured Bo Nix now having to come back next year?
Yeah,
and
what's that rehab like?
I don't know. That's an interesting question. He'll probably be fine and whatnot. Nothing like Mahomes is going to have to go through, but it's still an injury that you're having to deal with. And so, the Sam Darnold, as we talked about up there in Seattle, and, who knows where the New England Patriots end up. So, there's a lot of question marks, I think, going into the next season when the schedule flips and teams play harder schedules. And, we'll see who's really got that staying power and who was just a beneficiary of kind of playing that schedule and being the new kid on the block too.
2 best games of the weekend were the first game and the last game. We don't have to deny that. I don't think the Broncos and Bills gave us overtime night one. Everybody was at the edge of their seat where I was watching that going, oh my gosh, here we go. And I think that I don't know if I don't want to speak for everybody. To me, the 2 biggest storylines of this weekend were what it cost 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Josh Allen lost a ring and CJ Stroud lost a second contract with the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if you're the Houston Texans, you lost more than what Buffalo lost. So hear me out. Josh Allen's going to be talented for at least at the top for a few more years. I don't think CJ Stroud has it. I don't know when it happened. I don't know if it was ever since the Tank Dell injury in Kansas City. I don't know if it's been since year 2, but he came from the top as a rookie. One of the greatest years we've ever seen as a quarterback, to the point of yesterday where I'm having conversations where I'm not trolling with people saying they have got to put in Davis Mills.
Yeah, they should have benched C.J. Stroud in that game yesterday.
That was atrocious. And, like, that defense had them in the game until the fourth quarter. Like, they were causing Drake May fits, fumbling constantly, pressure all game. And then C.J. Stroud does whatever. And I don't know, it was that way against Pittsburgh. You're like, well, if he does that again, they're going to lose this game. And I think that's the only bet I hit from our show Friday was that New England would win by 3 and C.J. Stroud would throw an interception. You could have really doubled it up if you said he'd thrown 4 interceptions. But, man, I don't know who lost more this weekend, fellas, Stroud or Allen.
Well, I think it's C.J. Stroud ultimately because
Money.
he lost money.
A lot of money.
He lost money. Josh Allen lost an opportunity to kind of change who he is. Josh Allen is, and we'll get more into him coming up in the next segment. He's losing rings, he's losing legacy, but he ain't losing dough. He ain't losing a lot of cash. And I saw C.J. Stroud in the last 7 or 8 days lose a lot of cash because he had 7 turnovers total in these last 2 games and looked totally lost. Now, I will say, they have no pieces around him. They took all of his pieces and got rid of him, traded his tackle. You had a bunch of injuries along that line, but you've got to play better than that. You can't play the way that he did. And I would think right now, if you're the Houston Texans, you've got a quarterback problem. You've got a great defense, and you don't want to waste that defense, but you have a major quarterback problem. Now, inside that building, if you think C.J. Stroud is your guy, then you need to get coaches around him and coach him up, and you need to get some talent around him and give him those weapons. Look at the weapons that Caleb Williams had and how much better he became when they invested in him. And I'm kind of talking to the Chiefs on this one as well, because you want Patrick Mahomes to have some weapons to go out there with every single day. You saw Caleb Williams become a better quarterback because of the weapons that surrounded him and the moves that they made offensively to make him better. If you're going to stay with C.J. Stroud in Texas, then you need to invest in infrastructure around C.J. Stroud and make that offensive line better and get him some weapons that he can go to battle with. I know Tank Dell and Nico Collins were both banged up, and you lose those 2 guys, but that does not give you a reason to turn the ball over as much as he did and as look as bad, I thought, as C.J. Stroud looked. So they're going to have a real come to Jesus down there in Texas and find out whether or not this is your quarterback going forward. And they need to make that decision fast. And if not, they need to acquire a good veteran quarterback because you can't continue to waste that defense down there in Houston.
Yeah, 13.5 points per game for that defense, 3.5 yards per play, and opposing offenses in 2 playoff games, 5 for 28 on 3rd down, 9 sacks, 5 turnovers, 2 touchdowns. I mean, that defense was let down, man.
Big time. I mean, people talk about the 85 Bears. I don't know that I've seen a defense get after it like the Houston Texans defense this year. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that from a defensive standpoint with the amount of speed that they had. Like, New England couldn't get anything going. It wasn't like they put out a great performance offensively at all.
Drake May
was meh at best in that game, and but when you have like a nobody at quarterback and a mannequin back there, it's hard to win games. And if people are looking in the mirror down in Houston, you have a great football team down there. I don't know that you have the quarterback down there right now.
Yeah, it's just tough to watch because it's just like every offensive play. It's like, all right, see, because again, there was a great play to Booty in the corner of the end zone that they put on a dime, and there was another good catch by him as well. Outside of that, Drake May just did what he could to keep the team moving.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson were running the ball over Houston.
No.
It's not like Hunter Henry was involved at all. And Stephon Diggs had a touchdown early in the game, had another catch later on in the game, and that was about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the touchdown was a sick touchdown catch. But either way, like 2 good throws for a touchdown, and that was 14 points. And yet your quarterback continued to, as Ben Maller would say, ride the vomit comet.
Yeah, he did.
The conversation today will be structured completely around what happened for the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen because a lot of questions in Buffalo, a lot of questions moving forward in the AFC. We dive into everything that was Josh Allen's atrocious playoff game against the Denver Broncos here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and stop me if you've heard this saying before: new year, new me, or new year, new you. Men, with the new year, here comes a chance to make a real positive change in your life. If you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and ready to move past the frustration and embarrassments, it's time to call Heartland Men's Health.
There may be no better resolution this year than finally taking control of your ED. Remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom? You probably just laughed it off, no big deal. And then it happened again and again and again and again. So now you know it's a problem. So now you know to call Heartland Men's Health because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. It's a new year. Make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. Schedule a consult with the Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and in North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600, or just visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Announcing Lee Summit Subaru's 0% event. Up to 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. And we have the largest selection of Subaru certified vehicles in Kansas City, starting as low as 1.9% for 72 months.
0% event and a lifetime warranty. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Based on January 2025 through June 2025 Kansas City inventory listings.
Escape to your new coastal seafood paradise. Introducing Aqua Pennies, where the freshest seafood, a full-service raw bar, prime steaks and chops, exquisite handcrafted cocktails, and a one-of-a-kind atmosphere come together in perfect harmony. Aqua Pennies is now open in Park Place, Leawood. Don't miss out. Experience something truly different. Tantalize your taste buds and elevate your evening out. To learn more, go to aquapennies.com.
Coast into Aqua Pennies, now open for lunch.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. If you're looking for the best, Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Call Hamilton today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown, 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
To take his team to the championship game. Here it is on the way, and the Denver Broncos have won it in overtime.
There's Jimmy Nance on the game-winning call, which was Saturday's first game, Denver and Buffalo, where we saw, once again, Josh Allen, the story of this year's playoffs, continue to fit the narrative that has been his playoff story. This year it was no Patrick Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson, no Joe Burrow. This is your path, go take it. And Denver and Buffalo go to overtime, and the two biggest mistakes in the game were solely based on Josh Allen. The fumble at the end of the first half, which I still have no idea what that was. I do not expect that from a veteran quarterback like Josh Allen, but the fumble happened. What happens there? Denver gets 3. In overtime, wide open Dawson Knox throws it over his head. Denver wins by 3. Coincidence? I think not. Mm-hmm. You gave up 3 points on just a clownish fumble that I don't know, just panic, I guess, is probably what you can say at this point for what was going on through Josh Allen's head in that moment. And then, you get to overtime, and it was fun, and everything was there, and you deferred, and Denver kicked, and then you threw an interception, and was it a catch? Was it not a catch? I don't know. There's a lot to dive into in just that game alone. But either way, Josh Allen falls short once again from getting to the promised land, which was the Super Bowl this year. You thought that he'd have that opportunity, and then to keep diving deep into the story at the end of the game, Sean Payton, as much as we give Sean Payton the crap stick that he is, I thought the way he handled his press conference at the end of the game was great. He said, basically, I'm going to tell you all what's going on. My quarterback fractured his ankle. Jared Stidham's going to be ready, and he's going to play in the AFC Championship game, and you know it now. My players know it now, and everybody knows it now, so you got it from the source. So I will give credit where credit's due with Sean Payton in that. But that right there in this huge opening rant in this middle of the 6 o'clock hour, Bob, Mac, that's all, if not, there's more of what happened against Denver and Buffalo in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I really think we have to start talking about where Josh Allen factors in when it comes to legacy now and where it comes to quarterbacks. There's no debating that Josh Allen is a great football player, but he is not a winner. And there's nothing that you can tell me today that tells me that Josh Allen is a winner. Derek Jeter wasn't the greatest baseball player, wasn't the greatest shortstop of his generation, wasn't even the best shortstop really on his team, but he was the best winner I've ever seen in American professional sports. He knew how to be there all the time, and his teams won all of the time. I don't know that Derek Jeter was ever on a team that did finish below 500. Josh Allen had 4 turnovers in that game. That led to 16 points on the day. And people can sit back and say Josh Allen made some great throws at the end and some great plays at the end. The fact of the matter is Josh Allen wasn't good enough on Saturday to lead his team to a victory over a Bo Nix-led football team. And you still put up 30-some points. I think we had the conversation with Alex on Thursday. He said if the game's in the 30s, I would expect Buffalo to win this thing. If the game's in the teens, I would expect Denver to go ahead and win this game. And it ended up being 33-30 in an offensive output for both of these teams, but it just wasn't good enough for Buffalo. Josh Allen also had the ball twice with the game on the line and an opportunity to win and didn't get the job done. He didn't take advantage of these opportunities, and he was outplayed ultimately by Bo Nix. And, when the game ended and Jim Nantz closed out the game, I felt like Jim Nantz was closing the book on Josh Allen. He goes, well, next year he'll be 30 and he doesn't have any championships, and you have to wonder what goes and what lies ahead is, Josh Allen, reaches 30, they enter a new stadium and all of this kind of stuff. Josh Allen may be just one of those quarterbacks that's good enough to get you there, but he's never going to be that guy to get you over the top. And I don't want to hear about his defense. I don't want to hear about his weapons this year. 4 turnovers, 16 points, ball in your hand twice with the opportunity to win the game at the end, and you didn't come through. I hate to be that guy. Patrick Mahomes wins that game, and Buffalo's in the AFC Championship game if Patrick Mahomes is playing quarterback that day for the Buffalo Bills. Because I just thought Josh Allen as the quarterback in that game, 4 turnovers and 2 opportunities to win it at the end with the ball in your hand. It's a brutal performance by Josh Allen. Great quarterback, not a winner, and both can be true.
And what is he now, 0-3, 0-4 in overtime in the playoffs?
0-3 since the rule changed. I know that.
Yeah.
And that rule change was supposed to
benefit them. So what rule are we going to change now going forward? Is it going to be the possession of a football, when we're up in the air and whatnot?
Was that a catch or not?
I don't think it was.
Okay.
I don't think that it was a catch. I thought
is it not just the NFL that the same play happens in another game at a crucial time?
Of course it did.
Exact same
the
play.
exact same play. That one looked a little bit different to me, though. I felt like in the nighttime game last night versus the one, I don't think the guy for Buffalo ever really had possession, kind of, sort of. I mean, I don't even really know how that went. It kind of, the way that they rolled over and then the other guy had the ball. You guys could debate that all day, and I'm sure there will be people out there that will tell you it's a catch and have a convincing argument, and people who don't think it was a catch that have a convincing argument. I didn't personally think it was a catch at that point in time, but that's not the reason why Buffalo loses a football game. We have to stop going back to these, these 50-50 plays, as they call them in basketball at times, or these plays where referees get involved and make calls like at the end of the game yesterday. Like you swallowed your whistle all game, and then on the last drive, everybody's blowing their whistle, which I think is that's like a basketball game. You don't call anything in the last 2 minutes, you're calling every ticky-tack foul.
Like moms fighting.
Yeah, exactly. All that kind of stuff. So, you can't have that going on. But I'm not that call changed the game or anything like that. Josh Allen had 4 turnovers that led to 16 points. If Josh Allen doesn't turn the football over, that leads to 16 points. The Buffalo Bills win that game going away, and it's not even a question mark. So I can't even get into the weeds that they lost the game. And I know, I'm sure in Buffalo, that's what they're going to do, is bitch and moan about that play and all of that. Bitch and moan about your quarterback turning the ball over 4 times and having the ball in his hands twice at the end of the game with an opportunity to win and not being able to do it. So stop blaming others. The problem in Buffalo right now is you got a really good quarterback, but he's not a great quarterback. He's not a winning quarterback, and he's not a guy that I don't know that can get you over the top. I think he's the second best quarterback, if you will, in the NFL behind Patrick Mahomes, but he sure as hell is not a winner. He doesn't lead his team to victory. He's not that guy that I want out there. And there's not many of those guys in the NFL, right? We're so lucky that we have the guy that we do at quarterback after watching Josh Allen dissipate yet again in a big moment. 4 turnovers, my God.
This guy is a whiner.
I mean, does Josh Allen, God, 4 turnovers. Does Mahomes have 4 career postseason turnovers? Like, a 4 in one game is just insanity to me.
There's this guy named Josh. It was like Paul Bunyan.
Yeah. How's that going to go today?
There's this guy named Josh. It was like Paul Bunyan.
Again, great quarterback, second best quarterback, but that doesn't mean he's a winner.
Yeah, you could argue 2 of the turnovers weren't his fault, but I'm totally with you.
Yeah, no, they are. You turned the ball over, bro.
No, we know that's not the case. Come on. We watched Mahomes turn over the ball. Yeah, there were 2 interceptions that arguably weren't his fault. The 2 fumbles were an atrocity. Atrocious.
Still.
Back to back. No, I'm with you on 90% of what you said, and the overall point of you can't cry at the refs at the end of the game. Like that, you had that game. You had multiple games. I mean, goes back to James Cook as well. You're up 7-3. You're on the Denver 30. You're getting in the red zone. You better go up 14-3 in the first quarter. You fumble the football. It goes all the way back to the beginning. Not just Josh Allen. The whole team made mistakes, but especially your best player, the best player on the planet.
There's this guy named Josh. It was like Paul Bunyan.
Didn't do enough at the end. So I am with you. But both can be true as well. Like you said, the call didn't change. The call did change the game.
Oh, 100%.
absolutely change the game.
You
but
catch
also,
that ball, you field goal, game over, Bills in
But
this
you put
situation.
yourself in the situation.
To have that call, make that play, and have to have everything perfect because you messed up all along.
Yes.
Now you're playing, tight to the vest, and anything that doesn't go your way is ultimately going to, and end up costing you. But I mean, you look at these quarterbacks, man, like. Ask yourself this question. C.J. Stroud and Josh Allen both this weekend cost their teams opportunities to win. Has Patrick Mahomes ever done that in the postseason?
Yeah, the Cincinnati game.
The Cincinnati game? You think so?
That's the one moment.
Because he turned into this person. I didn't know who that. Because in the first half, I was like, there he is.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
And the second half, I was like, where did that guy go? Did Tyreek Hill take his charisma and just throw it? Because after that play botches in the first half, we remember that Cincinnati game, which was so many years ago. The second half came out, and I'm like, I don't know where this guy is. I don't know what happened to him. Now, in the New England game, in the first playoff, in the first AFC Championship game, it was reverse. First half, Belichick had him, knew all his tendencies. Second half, readjustment came out, and it was that's the guy in the future.
Right.
And then obviously the two playoff losses, he was cooked in that Philadelphia game from as soon as he threw the Cooper DeJean pick six.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, this is just not, he's trying to do too much, which goes back to Josh Allen saying, I'm learning to do less. That game, he tried to do too much because where you guys are talking about losing games and what leads up to it, there are two crucial things that Josh Allen was in control of that cost his team a victory. They lost by 3. He fumbled at the end of the first half with an atrocious fumble that led Denver. Denver's defense was not that Denver defense that we had seen all year. Buffalo was moving the ball
they were. Yeah.
at will throughout the day. That fumble was crucial. If he just doesn't turn that ball over, and we see maybe what could have happened in the end of the first half, Denver gets that ball, they get 3 points. The very end in overtime when he misses a throw, wide open throw, quarterback in that moment with legacy on the line has to make that throw. I know it's not fair to compare him to that Caleb Williams throw. Caleb Williams made that throw. Whether you want to call it luck, whether you want to call it pass interference that Cole Kmet pushed off, I don't want to hear it.
Still made that throw, though.
He threw it 1 foot in the snow, in wind, in 8-degree weather, on a dot, in the corner of the end zone as your quarterback. In that situation against Denver, when Buffalo had the ball and Dawson Knox is down the field and Allen overthrows him, that's amped up, that's nerves, that's, hey, you've got a 1-stroke lead on the 18th tee box, and the whole round, you've hit every fairway, 18 tee, you slice it. And you're like,
Sean Vandeveld this thing.
Why'd you just slice that? It's like maybe the moment, maybe the situation, and if that's the case, you can look at the playoff numbers and you would support that that's what happened to Josh Allen.
Some guys just aren't wired to be winners. That is true. If you had not seen that play, you would not have believed that play. Those are the type of plays that you need your quarterback to make. Those are the type of plays that you need Josh Allen to make. And you're not heaving it down the field and complaining about a dual possession as if you don't fumble it at the end of the first half and give up a field goal in that situation. You're putting the game on ice. We always want to look at the end of games and what happened at the end of the game. You've got to take it all game. You got to look at what happened in the first quarter, because what you do in the first quarter and what you don't do in the first quarter does have ramifications throughout the game. You miss a field goal early and you think to yourself, it's not that big a deal, we'll get it, but you're always still chasing those points. And ultimately that's what happened. You turn the football over, you're chasing those points, you've got to come up with a big play at the end, when if you just made the smart play or the right play earlier on and didn't give your opponent another opportunity with no time on the clock, then it would have been a different situation. And so we can debate whether or not that was a catch and get lost in the woods. At the end of the day, that's not why the Buffalo Bills lost the game. They lost the game because their all-world quarterback just isn't a winner and just isn't made for the biggest situations.
It is Monday at 6:30-ish, so we get to our Overreaction Monday segment here, which I'm sure we can all kind of have our own different one, depending on how you looked at the playoffs this weekend. Mac, you're on the list first, and you're going to get Bob extremely stiff with your overreaction. I know that I'm hard.
Yeah, as long as Sean McVay wants to stay in the NFL, he'll end up being the greatest coach of all time.
Do you think he'll win more Super Bowls than Belichick?
Yeah, I think he went to one with a Jared Goff that wasn't near the quarterback he is today, and the reason he even is that quarterback today is because of the things he learned from Sean McVay, and I thought Matthew Stafford, an already all-world quarterback's gotten better in the 4 or 5 years since he's joined Sean McVay.
Let me ask you this. At the end of the season, they win a championship, and Matthew Stafford steps away. Who's got a bigger quarterback question, Houston or Los Angeles?
L.A., because they don't have anything.
Okay.
Well, they'll
Texans
go get
have Stroud. I mean, Stroud's something.
Well, the Rams will just go get Joe Burrow from Cincinnati.
And that's my take on this thing. They ought to be calling for Joe Burrow and getting him on the horn and getting him out to L.A. right away.
10 playoff wins before turning 40. That is double anyone else. John Madden, John Gruden, Tomlin, Zach Taylor each had 5 postseason wins before they turned 40. So there you go. Sean McVay on a good trajectory right now.
I think the overreaction is that we could all use some Toradol, whatever that is. That guy they gave Sam Darnold for the game, and then Shanahan was like, "Well, we knew it kicked in right when the game started. Figured he'd be fine because he'd be high." My overreaction is to piggyback on our last conversation. I don't know if this is an overreaction. Maybe it's not. Josh Allen's never going to win a ring. Unfortunately, it's just I don't think it's going to happen. Seeing how distraught he was in his post-game press conference, I mean, tears were rolling.
Yeah.
I mean, sobbing, crying. And I'm not, you can have your judgment on however you want to say, like, oh, true athletes don't cry like that.
Sure they do. It's okay. That's emotion, man.
To me, the way that he was sobbing like that from a guy who's lost much more crucial games, that talking about AFC championship games, that let me know he knew exactly what this playoff run was. That was... You got daughters that have played meaningful sports games, and they know that they're big because either they're playing their best friend who's on the other team and they lose, and the whole way home they're just crying their eyes out because they knew that what the game was and what they were trying to accomplish wasn't about winning or losing. It was about getting that sort of moment. And Josh Allen had it. It was there. It was Bo Nix. And then it was going to be a divisional game against Drake May in New England where you've already won this year, where you play them a lot. You have them in the back of your back of your mind. And you lost the game. And for the most part, you lost the game because your problems were too big to overcome. And I think the way that he reacted in that press conference kind of let us all know that, yes, he was listening. Yes, he knew the moment. Yes, he knows how time works in the NFL. Yes, it was maybe the straw that broke the camel's back. And I can say this, maybe Josh Allen never wins a Super Bowl or gets a ring with Buffalo. But again, we're looking at Phillip Rivers, we're looking at Dan Marino, we're looking at Charles Barkley, we're looking at a guy who does everything so right until in the moment that he has to, he doesn't. And unfortunately, my overreaction this week is on a Monday is that Josh Allen's never going to win a ring.
Well, I don't necessarily know that it is an overreaction because what you just said there was so brilliantly. He does everything right until it matters. I mean, and when it matters, Josh Allen doesn't do it right. And so I would have a hard time getting up every morning knowing that Josh Allen was my quarterback. Great for the regular season. I feel good with Josh Allen. But once January comes, saw a lot of people in Buffalo, with the comments on X, same old, and then I was, watching a little bit of the Buffalo news in the box the other night because, of course, that's what you're going to do, right? And all the fans are like, well, typical, we'll see you next year, typical, we'll see. Like, they're resigned to the fact that they're never going to do anything spectacular in the postseason. My overreaction is the Houston Texans need a quarterback, and they can't.
I don't know if that's an overreaction.
Well, I think people would say because, you still got, C.J. Stroud on a rookie contract. They've done a great job defensively down there, but if you're going to have C.J. Stroud on a rookie contract, you need to do better from an offensive standpoint and invest in some, infrastructure for your quarterback out there, just like the Bears did with Caleb Williams. Now, the Houston Texans did it on the defensive side of the football, but if C.J. Stroud is going to be your guy going forward, if you're in Houston, because you got to make that decision now, you need to add pieces around him. You need to get, Tank Dell healthy. You need to get Nico Collins back healthy. And then continue to add around your quarterback.
Offensive lineman.
Yeah, you need a line because he's not good enough to go out there and man the field by himself. He's not a Patrick Mahomes or anything. I don't even know who else to put in the same category, right? Who can go out there and just win you a game like that. He needs that help around him. They need offensive line help. Would you be opposed to trading Trey Smith to the Houston Texans?
If they want to give us Woody Marks.
Picks back in return, because, again, nobody's untouchable on this team, right? We saw Joe Tooney yesterday playing a little bit of left tackle and whatnot.
We knew that was coming. We talked about that on Friday. He was going to swing over.
There he was,
Yeah.
You know what else? Bieniemy will be named offensive coordinator this week, too.
Oh, yeah.
As we told you a week ago this was happening,
Yeah, that was that's not a far stretch. That just kind of made Is C.J. Stroud better than Mendoza?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm about to find out tonight. Boy.
Man, no, not at all. No.
Against that pro-style defense in Miami?
Nah.
And a big game?
No, not at all. We will not know anything about Mendoza until he gets to the NFL.
So if you were the Raiders, would you trade the number 1 overall pick for C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all.
But if you're Houston, you don't want the number 1 overall pick to get Fernando Mendoza. There's not a quarterback out there right now that's worth taking number 1 overall.
Yeah, and I'm the Raiders. I don't have the roster to go pay a quarterback. I need the roster first.
Yeah.
Then I can go pay
if
somebody.
If you were the Chiefs, would you trade Josh Simmons for Nico Collins?
No.
Okay.
No. Nope.
Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not at all.
I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Big need.
Yeah, but
Left
Trey,
tackle.
You're already paid too, and so maybe they want
True.
to take some of that contract, because I'm looking to, shed salary this offseason as much as anything. Not that I want to trade Trey Smith, but I mean, it's a lot of money for a guard.
Yeah. Funny little nugget before we go to break. Bills versus Broncos in overtime. Bills won the coin toss. Bills deferred. Broncos go 3 and out. Broncos punt. Bills throw interception. Broncos kick field goal, and the Broncos win. By the way, Bears versus Rams in overtime. Bears win the toss. Bears defer. Rams go 3 and out. Rams punt. Bears throw. Interception. And then the Rams kick a field goal to win the game. And there was also the controversial catch. So it was basically kind of like the same game in the same sort of element. Coming up on the other side, we will get into the storyline that is Denver and what will be Jared Stidham, not Bo Nix. I've got an interesting take on this here on the other side of 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, the football playoffs are going on right now, and that means it is time for the Underdog app. And we've got a national championship game tonight as well, and you can make entries and win money right now in Missouri with the Underdog app. And playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get them right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. If you think it's going to be a blowout tonight, say everybody on Indiana is going to be going higher. Mendoza going higher than his passing yards tonight if you're looking for something to have some fun with. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use that promo code BOB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code BOB. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com.
We're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Kevin Harlan, and I'm here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford. Fresh off a record-breaking year and a successful run at Ford's 2025 Top Volume Award. Rob, how did you do it?
Kevin, it's simple. We pulled out all the stops on price, on trade values, on inventory, and made sure our customers got an experience they couldn't find anywhere else.
Well, the race isn't over. 2026 is here, and you're back in the chase again.
That's right, and we're going even harder this year. More inventory, more aggressive trade-in values, and a buying experience other dealers just can't match.
Well, you're not just talking, you've got the receipts. Kansas City's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google, 4.8 stars with nearly 3,000 reviews. Voted best car dealership in Kansas City by KC Magazine.
The recognition matters, but what actually matters is how you feel when you call or visit Rob Seid Ford.
Inventory, value, transparency, and no pressure. That's why people keep coming back.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit us online at robsight.com.
Rob Seid Ford. Buy right. Drive happy.
Back in, final segment, 6 o'clock hour. Don't forget, Vern. You can join us at 8:20. You can get Vern every Thursday night. 6 o'clock is when it starts with the Hot Stove Show on 96.5 The Fan.
Smash.
Don't forget, January 31st, Royals Rally. Josh Verner, 9 a.m., reporting live from the K. Baseball's coming, whether you like it or not. So we'll have Vern on a little bit later on today. Somebody from the 913 says, are you all going to talk about how Dusty's dad is a sorcerer yet?
Yeah, we got a tweet about that yesterday.
Yeah.
It was perfect. You know, somebody said, like, your dad, I wish everybody would lose. Well, the Bills lost, and then the quarterback got hurt for Buffalo.
Mac, you need to run. Kurt Likens got a little bit of a spiritual gene in him.
I love it, man. That was so good. And I want to give the actual person credit yesterday for giving us that on Twitter yesterday. Was one of our listeners is like, hey, Dusty's dad was right. Riverboat Khan is his name on Twitter. So do we need to tell Dusty's dad to buy a lottery ticket after saying he helped both the Bills and Broncos lose tonight? Josh Allen, literal loss. Broncos lose their quarterback in overtime. That also could be considered losing. Who ever thought of something like that, right?
Kurt Likens.
There it is.
He tried to tell you.
Because that's what it was. Like, all right, Buffalo got knocked out. Denver won. Oh, Denver lost their quarterback.
Yeah.
Best of luck next week against New England with Stid going out there playing.
Yeah. Stid.
Stid.
That sounds like something you get in Vegas.
You do. You get a Stid out there. Yeah.
That comes back with you. Because I don't know how you guys partook the game on Saturday. I had a buddy of mine had like the typical get together, tacos, whatever. Everybody kind of eats throughout the afternoon. Then the game starts, and everybody, wife and kids go one room, all the guys go downstairs. When the news broke that Bo Nix fractured his ankle, I was like, wait, what? Because everybody's randomly on their phones. You don't know who's looking at what. Somebody's on an Instagram reel. Somebody's on DoorDash. Somebody's, checking their text message. And then one of the guys just goes, so Sean Payton just said Bo Nix broke his ankle. He's done for the year.
And
I'm like,
nobody believed it, right?
I'm like, wait a minute, what? And he's like, yeah. And then all the videos surfaced and this dog was walking around on a broken ankle at the end of the game.
Yeah.
High-fiving and shaking hands. But yes, the report is true, as Sean Payton would come out and tell everyone in the media, which, again, I said this earlier, I want to make sure that we're being clear here. I do give Sean Payton credit for the way he handled this news. I think that was professional, unlike when he said, what do you know about running downhill?
Yeah.
But this was Sean Payton on Bo Nix.
Not good news. On the second to last play in overtime, Bo fractured a bone in his right ankle. He's scheduled to have surgery Tuesday of this week, which will put him out for the rest of the season.
So that basically was all you needed to hear. But again, the two things that I will take out of this is that Sean Payton was professional the way he handled this and told everybody straight up from the mouth, here's what happened. I just saw him on the table. It's done. It's over. Now we know, they know. Everybody knows the same information at the same time. I think that's awesome. Because some coaches in the past would be like, we don't want to go to the extreme yet. We want to get it evaluated, get a second opinion, and, we'll keep you updated. No, man. This thing broke. He's done. Stid's the guy. The other thing that this game will tell me is we just saw the Lions currently, the Patriots, 5.5-point favorites on the road to Denver playing Jared Stidham.
So that means the Patriots would probably still be a favorite even if Bo Nix was playing in this game, right? Because you probably get about 3 points for Bo Nix or whatever the case may be, 4 points maybe.
Be interesting to see. I don't know. It's 5.5 is a big jump.
It's a huge number.
I think that's more of a shot at Stidham than it is a praise of Bo Nix. I think this game, I think this game would probably be if Bo Nix plays. You're looking along the lines of maybe a 1.5 favorite for
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, about a point
for Denver though. I think.
Oh, you think? See, I look at that, Mac. I'm sure somebody's got the lines if Bo Nix was playing, what the line would be.
I would feel it would be a lot like that Buffalo game because Josh Allen, we can agree. And from the eye test, is better than Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And in some lines, the Bills were plus 1.5 in that game Saturday. So, I don't know. But to me, what this explains in this game is how valuable Bo Nix is in this Denver versus New England game. Because if Jared Stidham goes out there and looks the same as Bo Nix against the Patriots, whose defense looked like that 2000s Patriot when Vrabel and Bruschi were manning the linebackers yesterday in that game against Houston, which didn't seem to be that hard the way C.J. Stroud was just absolutely atrocious. But if Jared Stidham...
I got the answer for you. The look-ahead line was Denver -1, so Nix's injury moved this 5 points.
There you go. Yeah. Well... Patriots -1, he said Denver -1.
It was Denver -1.
So it's 6.5. It's 5.5 points.
Well, whatever it is now. This was 5.5. This was yesterday when it first came out. When it first came out yesterday, New England was a 4-point favorite, and now they're already up to 5.5. And so the look-ahead line after the game for Denver was Denver -1. So it moved 6.5 points now since that injury to Bo Nix, right? If I'm doing my math, because they're 5.5-point favorites, they would have been a point underdog. So we're now at a 6.5-point line move with this Bo Nix situation, and it's big. And you're right about the way that he handled that thing, because when he came out and owned it, that's sending a message to the team as well. This is who we're going to battle with. This is what the situation is. We're not going to sit here and waste time. We've got to get ready to go play an AFC Championship game. And Stid's going to be our quarterback, and we're going to rally around him. And I don't know that I've seen a quarterback get injured this late in the season where you're going in championship weekend and you're having to make a change at that quarterback spot. I don't think we've ever seen one this late into the season where, at least you could have had a couple of games at the end of the regular season to get somebody ready. This is going to be tough, man.
Yeah, it's just because if Stidham goes out there and they win this game the way they'd won games all year with Bo Nix in that defense, I don't know what that says to me about Bo Nix, because Bo Nix looked great in that game.
He was fantastic. He made some great throws.
I thought he played very well. And I'm interested to see how it goes with their backup, because we saw that kind of in Philadelphia when Nick Foles went out there and won a Super Bowl, and all of a sudden Carson Wentz was on his way to being a MVP. Now, a lot of people can say the injury kind of gave Wentz the yips and the second guessing the rest of his career. Maybe so. But again, we just saw an ankle injury to a guy who seems to be always mobile and kind of creates things with his legs and makes the defense kind of play a little bit longer. But I'm interested to see what they do with Jarrett Stidham. I don't know what I feel right now about -5.5 because
big number.
Yes, Drake May is good. That defense isn't injured for Denver. Now that defense didn't look great against Buffalo, but again, we'll see what Drake May looks like. He hasn't really sold me yet on dominance of a future quarterback in the NFL because the first week's game, he looked a little rattled in the pocket to start the game, kind of got to his senses and kind of became that guy. And against the Houston Texans, great defensive line, the best defensive line I think in football. And then you could put Philadelphia there.
Maybe ever.
And you look at like what he did in that game, and he fumbled a lot. There was a lot of pressure. He's getting ready to play a team that can do the same thing and pressure the quarterback and cause you to turn the ball over. Mm-hmm. But again, it's going to be Jarrett Stidham, and what can he do in the role of Bo Nix?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think at this point in time, you're just like, don't turn the football over, right? I mean, just go out there and be a game manager. But there's no playbook for it. After the game, Sean Payton said he called Bill Parcells, which is the right call to make. That's his mentor. And, the Giants had this in Super Bowl 25. Jeff Hostetler went down at the end of December, but he still had a couple of regular season games and playoff games to play. Like, there's no playbook on this, guys. I mean, no playbook at all. There's literally nobody that Sean Payton can call and say, how did you do this? Like, obviously, Trent Green went down, Vermeil cried, Kurt Warner came in. That was August, okay? That wasn't the eve of the national, the AFC championship game. Like, I don't know where you go, who you talk to, what do you do? You just got to go out there and coach and get your quarterback ready and go out there and play and pretend like he's been your starter all year long, I guess. I mean, just throw him in there and let him go and see what he can do. And if he wins this thing and they get to the Super Bowl, we got ourselves the next Disney movie, right? I mean, like Jarrett Stidham leading a team to the Super Bowl, that's got Disney written all over it. Maybe next year's Hallmark movie will be Jarrett Stidham led the Denver Broncos to a Super Bowl.
I'm going to Disney World. What's your name?
Jarrett Stidham. Like, what do you do in that situation, though? Like, if you're the Broncos and Stidham leads you to a Super Bowl, do you have a quarterback controversy? I don't know the answer to any of this because we've not seen any of this happen before. But if Stid goes out there and leads this team to a victory over the New England Patriots, man, he's going to be a hero out in Denver, Colorado.
Man. Next Sunday, championship week Sunday tonight, Miami, Indiana in Miami, national championship game. Believe Indiana is getting 8.5 in this game, so we'll see if that holds up. But coming up on the other side, somebody was missed over this weekend, at least. Agree or disagree? We'll discuss. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Every Hardee's is closed. Well, that dog.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. For January, after the holidays, we're offering to auger your main line or branch line for only $99 per hour. That's $100 off this month only. This also includes a camera inspection with mainline work. Don't start 2026 with things backing up. So call Connolly Plumbing Solutions at 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every every fight.
Bam! Let's go.
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching fever under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Visit AnthonyPHC.com today.
For 75 years, Kansas City families have trusted Anthony for comfort, safety, and dependable service. Thank you for trusting us with your house keys. Anthony, in your home for 75 years.
Be sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes videos like MVP Monday, Chiefs Take Tuesday, and Best Bets. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ, FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Jarrett Stidham might be in trouble on Sunday. He's played in 20 career games in the NFL. He's been sacked 19 times, 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
That's not so great, right?
Not the best stat to see on Pro Football Reference on Max Computer in there.
What do you expect, though, from Jarrett Stidham on Sunday? If I'm Stid, I'm just going out there and I'm playing, man. Don't hold anything back, right?
Just don't turn it over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody says until you hear it until you're blue in the face. Defense wins championships.
It does, yeah.
If that's the case, then we'll get Denver versus Seattle.
Yep.
Maybe they'll be in Max Pack by the end of the weekend.
I don't know. I don't even think if they make the Super Bowl, they'll make Max Pack. Get bent.
Never.
Did you see that video of there's a guy's apartment that's like right behind Seattle Stadium?
Oh, it's the greatest thing, isn't it? Like,
how
awesome
cool
is that? Yeah.
Hey, you guys want to watch the opening kickoff? They're going to go the opposite. Oh, my God, he returned it.
Yeah. And the game was over before it even started.
That was a disaster.
Yeah, that never amounted to anything. A friend of mine on X, my friend Clint out in L.A., he Diometer Clint from back in the day, he said to people on X, whoever's listening, would you rather lose like the 49ers or lose like, a team like Denver, or not Denver, but Buffalo did over the weekend? I think I'd rather lose like the 49ers. Just kick me in right then and there and call it a day and let me know that, I don't have to sit around and suffer. I'd always rather lose, if you will, in grand fashion like that than think you got a chance and go to overtime or go with 13 seconds left and think you have an opportunity only to have your guts ripped out and left on the table. So at least San Francisco knew they were done basically at the 14:57 mark of the first quarter in that game on Sunday. And so they've got obviously some regrouping to do, some healing to do out there in San Francisco, and they'll be back because Kyle Shanahan's a good coach, and he's got to give himself a good quarterback too. So
the worst pain's Denver because they actually won. They're going to the AFC Championship game. This is awesome. We're gonna, and then boom.
Yeah,
quarterback done.
Quarterback done. And now you get out there with Jared Stidham and find a way to play. But,
good luck, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, good luck.
Ball's in your court.
See what a great offensive innovator and offensive mind, Sean Payton really is and what kind of head coach he is. And if he wins this game and gets to the Super Bowl with Jared Stidham as his quarterback, my God, the conversations that people are going to be having about him and the Denver Broncos and what the Denver Broncos are going to do with their quarterback situation moving forward.
Yeah, the AFC Championship game is going to be the Broncos versus the Patriots. So Jared Stidham versus Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
And then the NFC Championship game is Sam Darnold versus Matthew Stafford. So either Drake May or Jared Stidham will have a Super Bowl appearance before Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, and the entire Lions franchise.
Yep.
Crazy.
And the Texans, I saw this stat yesterday, and it's a little skewed, obviously, because they're such a new team. But since the merger in 1970, the Texans are the only NFL team to not go to a championship game.
Yeah, 0-7 in divisional round now?
Yeah, I guess they are 0-7 now. Yeah, that's a crazy stat. How many other teams have been to, I guarantee you the Houston Texans have lost more games in the divisional round than the Arizona Cardinals have played in the divisional round in their franchise's history, right? Like the 0-7 mark, I don't know that the Arizona, St. Louis, Chicago Cardinals have ever played in 7 divisional round games. So that's the fun thing about stats is that you can skew them either way. But Allen, Burrow, and Jackson, 0 Super Bowls combined by the time they reach 30. Patrick Mahomes has 3, right? And I think what we saw this weekend, at least in my opinion anyway, Patrick Mahomes' legacy grew in this playoffs. I mean, we really, I think, in my opinion, maybe it's me being biased, but we saw Patrick Mahomes' legacy grow and get better and show us really how good he is. I mean, Josh Allen was eliminated by Bo Nix. You're seeing how hard it is to win in the postseason and in the NFL. And I think for my money, Patrick Mahomes has become even more impressive what he's doing because, we're watching this postseason right now and everybody's realizing, damn, Patrick Mahomes is really, really good. We're seeing C.J. Stroud. We're seeing Josh Allen. We're seeing Jared Stidham go out there and play now at this quarterback. And he has cemented himself, as far as I'm concerned, as the greatest of this generation. There's no longer an argument. It is Patrick Mahomes' world, and everybody else is waddling around in it. He's officially alone in this era as the greatest quarterback. And there's nobody, in my opinion right now, that has any shot of taking that away from Patrick Mahomes. The only thing he is playing for legacy-wise is if he can catch Tom Brady, and that is it. He is the flat-out greatest quarterback of this generation, and there's no debating about it anymore. Nobody can debate anymore on these talking shows about Patrick Mahomes versus Josh Allen. This is still Patrick Mahomes' world by a long shot, guys.
Yeah, trying to peel back a lot of that. The Patrick Mahomes conversation of missing him in the playoffs, I think, is always going to be a losing effort anywhere outside of the city because people say, I don't miss that guy. Screw that. It's like, okay, well, then your AFC Championship game is going to be Drake May versus Jared Stidham. It's like, well, okay, I'll give you that. And it's like, okay, well, the other side is you could literally have a Super Bowl where it's going to be Sam Darnold versus Jared Stidham.
Oh, God.
Where San Francisco goes, oh, God, we got to sell this game still, which it will.
Yeah.
But I think the number one bet in that Super Bowl would be the under. But I think that when you look at Mahomes' legacy, I think it's more than just a Patrick Mahomes legacy. I think it's a Kansas City Chiefs legacy in general because I don't think, at the time, I think the worst but yet best part about dynasties that get created is you lose what is the hardest part. And you can look at the Golden State Warriors and what they did, right? When they won 3 titles and it was just like they changed the game. And that was the first thing that came out of everyone's mindset was like, oh, wow, they have like a new offense. They've got this superstar that we haven't seen before. The parallels you obviously know are going to fill in perfectly for the Chiefs. And then it's like, well, they won 1, and everybody kind of knows who they are, what they are. You look at C.J. Stroud, first year as a rookie, great quarterback, had a career year, had one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen, if maybe, the best rookie season we've ever seen, true rookie season. And then video came out, and everybody kind of knew what his tendencies were, and C.J. Stroud hasn't been the same since. The Chiefs went to 5 Super Bowls in, 7 years, and won 3 of them. And one of the things that we discovered this year was Philadelphia played in the wild card weekend, and they didn't win. And Josh Allen had I don't want to say an easy path, but maybe a path that will never be as easy again, because what is Drake May going to do after this year? Does he build up more charisma? Does he build up more, know-it-all for the game? You got to think him and Vrabel are a two peas in a pod that they're going to say, hey, this team had Brady and Belichick. Why can't we be Vrabel and May and just kind of keep that going forever and ever and ever?
Yeah.
Plus, the other benefit you have on that team is that their offensive coordinator has failed multiple times as a head coach. And it's probably like, you know what? Pay me the highest paid offensive coordinator position and I'll never go anywhere and we'll just stay together for another run. The other thing about Mahomes not being in the playoffs and the Chiefs not being in the playoffs is that you can see from all these teams what it's like. Like, in all facets of this game, you have to put 4 quarters together. And we've seen that before where if Caleb doesn't throw that interception on their opening drive where they move the ball right down the field, you're like, what's this game look like? Then in the fourth quarter, makes that throw, and you're like, damn, okay, they've got a chance. You look at Josh Allen, the fumble at the end of the first half and the missed pass in the overtime play. That's not a full game. And for that run the Chiefs had, because of who they had at quarterback, when the playoffs mattered, they could put 4 quarters together. Now, you can go back and dissect the first Super Bowl ever played in with the San Francisco 49ers as the opponent, and Mahomes looked terrible in the first half. You're like, I don't know what's going on. It's like, maybe it's jitters. It's his first Super Bowl. Let him figure it out. And then you kind of see as the Super Bowls evolved, the Tampa Bay game, no offensive line. Philadelphia game, no offensive line. Other opportunities that Mahomes had in these moments, it looked clean. It looked professional. Whereas, like, you watch all these other guys, you're like, this could go either way because I don't know what this quarterback's going to do. And I think that we can all agree that the best quarterback so far in the playoffs has been the one that has the longest tenured and the most accolades, and that's Matthew Stafford.
It really has been. I mean, he's been the quarterback that you have to look at and go, yeah, he's been the best of the bunch. I mean, everybody's had their flaws. Everybody's had their mistakes. Stafford wasn't great yesterday, but did just enough and made the plays when he had the ball in his hands late to do it and overcome a really bad 3rd and 1. As Sean McVay said after the game, I'm a terrible coach for calling that 3rd and 1
Did not understand
play.
the toss.
Nobody did. Nobody understood. It was
5 yards behind the line.
Horrible play. Like, it's 3rd and 1. You've been running the ball straight ahead all day long. Like, stop. This is when the coaches get too cute department, right? Oh, I'm going to try to outthink everybody, and then you outthink yourself. And then you gotta punt it away, and then your defense goes out there and bails you out and makes a great play on an interception, gets the ball back, and then you move right down the field. As soon as that interception was thrown, you knew that the Los Angeles Rams were going to win that football game. That's just because that's what happens. The momentum's going and all of that kind of stuff. And so as soon as that interception happened, you knew the Rams were going to take it right down the field and kick the game-winning field goal, and that kid from Mizzou was going to drop curse words, and NBC was going to scramble the sound, and everybody was going to think, like, what the hell is going on?
What the hell was that?
I mean, that was fantastic. He's like, rah, 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 rah. And I thought I hit the ball perfect,
Pre-game, and you said, I'm used to these elements. This is backyard football. What was it like in that moment?
Shoot, that's why we do it, man. That's why we do it.
Is that what you want it to come down to?
Yeah, I mean, preferably this guy gets in the end zone, but, if it has to come down to me, I'll be ready for my moment. So
what is
there it is. So apparently he dropped an S-bomb, and everybody's like, what is going on here? That was them scrambling in a delay or whatever it was. So, that was fun.
Say it.
Yeah, exactly. At this point in time, everybody's cursing. But
as long as you don't react to it, that's what always gets the kid.
Exactly.
Whoa!
When your kid falls down,
do
don't react to the kid.
Get up.
But anyway,
spit on it.
That was fun to see that kid kick that game-winning field goal in overtime. He'll never have a bigger moment. Well, I shouldn't say that. He might this weekend. Yeah, maybe in the Super Bowl. But as of right now, that's a huge moment. But I think what we learned this weekend.
Levis was a tiger.
He was. I know. Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL. Chiefs lack serious wide receiver talent. Did you guys recognize that this weekend too? Like how much serious wide receiver talent the Chiefs don't have, and this defense that the Chiefs have. You got to get some speed on there because that Houston Texans defense can fly around, man.
That's also tough to do. I mean, that Houston defense it's like trying to go get another Mahomes.
Yeah,
you're not going to get another Houston defense. I mean, that defense is amazing.
You got to get younger though on defense. Defense is back in the NFL in a big way.
Oh. Yeah, we saw that last year in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I mean,
defense is back,
and the year before that we saw that. I mean, the last two, maybe the third Super Bowl will be because of a great defense. I mean, Seattle, if they win it, it will unfortunately not be because of Sam Darnold. It will be because he didn't screw up in the moment that he needed not to screw up, and that defense was able to cause turnovers because they made Brock Purdy look like he was, I don't know, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, no quarterback was great this week besides Darnold, but it's not because he, overcame an awesome defense. Yeah.
Right. Coming up on the other side, we'll get into one word, plus we'll see who lost more when it came to divisional round weekend in the NFL. Your home for Kansas City Sports, 96.5 The Fan.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics want you to feel better, and you can do that by giving them a call. And you can do it without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas causing you pain. Those achy knees, hips, shoulders, your back, wherever it hurts. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. So skip the 3 to 6 months of recovery and skip that pain and skip that invasive surgery. Imagine this instead. You're moving better and stronger and you're planning the year you want. Game-changing regenerative treatment from QC Kinetics. So call now and get that free consultation on the books. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, it's QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure where to start? Selling a home can feel overwhelming, especially if you're facing foreclosure, a divorce, an inherited property you don't want, or just need to move quickly. But you don't have to figure it out alone. Rex Buys KC is here to help. As a local home buyer, I understand the Kansas City market inside and out. My family and I live right here, so I know the neighborhoods, the trends, and the challenges homeowners face. That's why I take a consultative approach, helping you explore your options and find the best path forward. We buy houses in any condition, no need for repairs, no agent commissions, and no hidden fees. You'll receive a fair cash offer with a closing timeline that works for you. Whether that's in as little as 7 days or at your own pace, just a simple, hassle-free process designed around your needs. If you're ready to talk through your options, call me today at 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com. Let's find the right solution for you. Rex Buys KC. Local, fair, and focused on you.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
FanDuel's giving all customers a profit boost with the College Football Championship tonight. It's your last boost of the college football season. Pick the side you believe in or build a parlay that fits the moment. Then apply your profit boost and go after a boosted payout with absolutely everything on the line. You guys know I'm rolling with the favorite. I like the Hoosiers minus 8.5 tonight. They have the best coach and the best quarterback. FanDuel is the best place to get into the championship action. And when you win, you'll get paid instantly. It's your last boost of the college football season. Pick the side you believe in or build a parlay that fits the moment. Then apply your profit boost and go after a boosted payout with absolutely everything on the line. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get your college football profit boost today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Did you see your guy Carson Beck's press conference? So do you worry about missing class during this?
Yeah, I haven't gone to
I
class in
graduated
years.
2 years ago at Georgia. Oh,
okay.
Got it.
Great. So what do you do most of the day then? What would you say you do here? Seriously, like, what do? You walk around Miami and, pick up retirees?
I mean, study film, hit the lab, get jacked like Fetty Wap. You see he came out.
No,
and
he had time to do that.
Yeah, 4 years in the Slammer.
Get anybody looking big, right?
Yeah. He went to, I think it was like a club or something like that in his first appearance out since jail. And
Sounded great.
Sang Trap Queen. Is that the name of it? Yeah. That just means look out for the Royals this year. Fetty Wap's out, so are the Royals. This comes from the 816. Fellas, I don't care if this gets read on the air or not. I just need to know that I'm not the only one that figured this out, that Disneyland is L.A. because L-A-N-D, and Disney World is Orlando because O-R-L-D.
Oh, hell, man.
Did you ever put that together?
No.
I had seen
wow,
this
that's
a couple weeks
cool.
back.
I never had seen that one before.
So now you're like, we're going to Disneyland. Oh, you're going to L.A.
Yeah, you get the world, man. Yeah, you get the world off for that one. I like that. Good job out of you. I never saw that one. That's really cool.
I think I'm not trying to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure I saw that like a few weeks back on like Instagram. It's like, in case you ever forget, here's an easy way to remember. So I'm glad that we share the same level of shock there, 816. Speaking of level of shock, Patriots 5.5-point favorites on the road in the AFC Championship game. That game will be at 2:00 on Sunday. Of course, the year the Chiefs are in the AFC Championship game, we would have gotten the early game.
Early,
Because last year, we remember, it was 5:30.
Yes, it was.
And then we had, John Grayson came in here pissed off at the world.
Yeah.
And then the over-under in that game, 40.5.
Yeah, boy, it's going to be interesting to see. What's the weather in Denver going to be like? Probably going to be nice out there in Denver, I would imagine. It's one of the nicest places on earth weather-wise. So,
and then your 5:30 game, the NFC Championship game, LA Rams are 2.5-point underdogs against the Seattle Seahawks. The over-under in that game, 47.5 for championship weekend. So it should be kind of interesting to see how that goes. And if you don't know how to pick that Seattle-San Fran game, don't feel bad, because nobody does, because this comes from Field Yates. The Rams and Seahawks split their season series 1-1. Okay? Still with me?
Yep.
Points scored in those games. Rams 58, Seahawks 57.
Okay.
Total yards in those two games, Rams 830, Seahawks 829. Winner of this game goes to the Super Bowl. That will be the best game.
That is good.
Obviously,
Yeah,
it's going to be amazing.
That's really cool that they're that connected. But I'm still going head coach and quarterback combination.
Fair.
And
Totally
on
fair.
paper, the head coach and quarterback of the Rams mollywops the head coach quarterback combination for Seattle. I mean, it's just not even in the same ballpark. I don't even know the guy's name who coaches Seattle. And then
So
Sam
he's really
Darnold,
good.
but
You should give him some respect a little bit, but I agree with you.
But he's only in year 2.
Yes. I agree.
Sean McVay's in Super Bowl 3 now. I mean, moving forward.
100%.
So I just think at that point in time, I'm going with the quarterback.
Because this
coach.
cat was the D coordinator in Baltimore.
Yeah,
McDonald.
Yeah, I think this is the defensive version of McVay. That's
Yeah.
the only reason I say.
Okay.
In 2 years, we're going to be talking about McDonald.
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all plays out. See if you get that quarterback position right. I mean, you got to get
doing
that
pretty
right
well
too.
right now.
For now, he is. But Sam Darnold, as we've seen, for the most part, has been a guy when big games come, the ghosts show up. And I know Saturday was a big game ish, but it really wasn't much of a game, for that one. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays the third time around against the Rams, against a playoff savvy team, against a playoff savvy coach. I know they're getting probably the 2.5 because they're at home. I would imagine if that game was in LA, the Rams would probably, ultimately be the favorite of them. But I go quarterback and coach combination, and in the NFC or the AFC side of things, boy, I mean, it's tough. You got to go. The quarterback is Drake May, and Peyton's got a Super Bowl. I love Mike Vrabel to death. I have to go with the quarterback though in that one. So I think a Super Bowl would be New England and the Rams, which would be very poetic because that's where the first dynasty of the Patriots started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say that I don't have any issues. I have no concern with New England in this game. I don't think it's going to be a fun one to watch. I think it's going to be one of those ones where you already know what the narrative's going to be. It's like, well, New England just walks into the Super Bowl because they had to play against C.J. Stroud, Jarrett Stidham, and, didn't play a quarterback all year outside of Josh Allen. And here's the New England, which, again, who are you rooting for now? Kansas City fans, you rooting for New England? You're rooting for Denver?
Yeah, neither, right? Exactly. We're
Can
back
they
to that
both
same
lose?
start again. And yes, the last time we asked that question, we saw they both lost and whatnot. But what if the NFL had like a loaner player program? I was thinking about this yesterday, right? Like you could go out there if you're the Denver Broncos right now and look at a team that's not in the playoffs and say, I want to borrow your quarterback. Okay, you can borrow my quarterback, but you have to surrender your first and second round picks in the upcoming draft. Is that something that you would be willing to do and try? Like, let's just say you're an ancillary team. And I'm not even using the Chiefs in this scenario where let's borrow Patrick Mahomes. That scenario's off the table.
Well, you can't because you got his knee injured.
That's right, exactly. But if you're like, I don't know, like Cincinnati, right? That's a good one. Yeah. Would you loan Joe Burrow to the Denver Broncos this weekend for an opportunity to get their first and second round pick? Joe Burrow comes back to you after the playoffs are done. It's just a strict loaner program. But in order to utilize that loaner program, again, thoughts from the garage at times, guys, but how much of a wrinkle would that be in everything if the NFL came up with this loaner program where you could go out there and say, oh, shoot, my quarterback went down in the AFC divisional round and I got a championship game next week. I need a quarterback. Hey, Cincinnati, can we borrow Joe Burrow? Yeah, for your first and second round draft picks. I would absolutely love to see that in the NFL, just to see what teams are willing to do it and how it all plays out. Because somebody would be willing to do something like that. Oh, yeah. You got to compensate the player, obviously. Yeah. I think it would be kind of fun, just something different,
If you did that, would you consider Denver the favorite to win it all?
Yeah, if they got Joe Burrow, yeah.
So then you get the 32nd pick and then you get the 64th pick for Burrow? Because if you think you're going to win the Super Bowl,
right?
You can already see like the Denver headline too, like in the Denver Post, like Joe borrowed.
Yeah, Joe borrowed.
I'm against it because I think that you could take away what could be like something miraculous, right? Like who'd have thought Nick Foles was going to run the Philly special and beat the great New England Patriots, and then Nick Foles goes on and has a lengthy career because people say, hey, this guy's got a really good arm and a really big, mindset.
You
for
mentioned
the
a lengthy
for the,
career, yes,
for the moment of the game. So I don't know. I mean, it sounds fun, right? It's a fun discussion, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I would also say that if you're going to borrow someone, they could not have been in the playoffs at all.
Okay, I'm good with that.
No team
I like that.
Like you couldn't be like, shucks, we lost to the Buffalo Bills lost to us, and our quarterback broke. Hey, Josh.
Yeah. But let me ask you this:
your starter needs to be hurt. You can't just go get someone.
No, exactly. Yeah, we're not just going out there and borrowing people,
and they got to be hurt.
Yeah, but let's say the Chiefs had a running back issue this year. You could go get Derrick Henry for the playoffs. I mean, how good would that be, and kind of change the narrative of everything? But as we're looking for ways to grow and change,
had a parade for the Broncos, and he's got to go to training camp in Cincy.
I know, right?
Sounds like a horrible idea.
But you've seen guys like traded and then re-signed with
Burrow
their team.
Gives a speech. Everyone doubted us from the beginning. Dude, you were here for a day.
Yeah, Burrow can't talk. Like you can't talk at the parade, right?
Show up.
Do you think players would be into something like that? I think they would, because these guys do want to get that ring. And if you have an opportunity to go chase a ring when your team's sitting at home doing nothing and you got a chance to be the quarterback in an AFC championship game, if I'm Joe Burrow, I'm doing that. Yeah.
100%.
I would do that, sure.
I think they should, and I think we should. Yeah, it's like hockey has the emergency goalie, right? There's a goalie at every game who can play for either team. He played in high school, maybe college. Like, I'm here, and sometimes he plays, sometimes it's good. It's really fun.
This is a fun text. It says, you can do that rule, Bob, but only if it's the quarterback from the last place team in the league. So you got Justin Fields or Jarrett Stidham?
I mean, you take Fields. No, you take Fields. You take Fields.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Stidham's just so much better. I mean,
I've seen Justin Fields play. I haven't seen Stidham in a while.
Could you imagine if you did go get like Justin Fields and all of a sudden you lose the game and it's like, what were we thinking?
Oh, yeah. I mean, think about the armchair quarterbacking that would go on with all of that. Which, by the way, the armchair quarterbacking, I'm going to take a...
You don't like it?
No, I'm going to take a left-hand turn real fast and do some armchair quarterbacking. I was watching the game yesterday. Who has the rookie running back? Is it the
Houston
Denver?
has a rookie running back. So does New England.
It was New England, I guess, right?
And Travion Henderson.
Was he the kid who picked up the block yesterday? And they talked about, man, you got to have confidence in your rookie running back. He's sitting up in here picking up the blocks, right, and doing all that kind of stuff. Why can't our running backs do that again? Mm-hmm. Like that's immediately where I went. Like, why doesn't Andy Reid give our running backs you've got to be this proficient blocker? Here's this rookie who just stuck his nose in there. I think it was for the Rams, if I'm not mistaken, and gave Matthew Stafford an extra opportunity to throw the ball downfield, and they completed one. I think it was to Puka at the time, but I think it was Collinsworth who said, look at the rookie running back in there getting the key block that's necessary. And I immediately go, why don't we let our rookie running backs go out there and get key blocks? Like, we put so much of an emphasis on blocking in the running game. Here's a rookie in an AFC divisional playoff game on the road going out there, making a key block and allowing his quarterback to throw the ball down the field. I think sometimes we make things a little bit more difficult than they need to be around here.
Yeah, you got Kayshon Boutte, Demario Douglas. You got these guys running wild, getting open, looking good.
Yeah.
They're not the most talented players in the league.
No. How can you be as a first-year player, right? Or
I'm just talking about Patriots wide receivers.
Yeah.
No weapons. Like, these guys get open. They're not. We don't need it like a phenom player. I think KC's just vying.
Undertaker.
We don't need some phenom superstar 6'5". I know that's all what we want. Hopefully, we can get that, but. You can do a lot more than what the Chiefs have done with what they've had.
How much do you think the Chiefs are going to say, we're not going to add a huge group of wide receivers this offseason? We're bringing in the new wide receivers coach, and we think that is going to fix it.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I would bet a substantial amount of money that not having Connor Embry as your wide receiver coach is going to be a significant leap forward.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
is that leap?
That's what I'm
leap
answering.
forward big enough where you don't need to go out and get talent that you just say, we've got the talent. We just had nobody to coach these guys.
No, because you could sandwich your two takes from today that I'm taking away from this topic is that, yes, you need more talent because of who you have at quarterback at Patrick Mahomes. Supply.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, too, can be true is that I do think that a change of the guard at wide receiver coach and getting somebody in there that has a little bit more tenacity, a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more know-it-all of how to do things, certainly – no matter who you have at wide receiver will be an upgrade. And that, I don't know. Maybe we talk about the same thing with the hitting coach this year for the Royals. Do you think hitting coaches and pitching coaches matter? Maybe not when it comes to teaching fundamentals, but maybe to be able to teach the message.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of being analytically, you want to stand. It's just get somebody in there that can really get in these guys' minds and let them kind of see it through your voice. I don't know. That's just how I look at it. But it is time for Matt. Good point. Good, coming up here, Matt, one word.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. Well, let's start with what the weekend was. The Bills Broncos took over. It was the first game of the weekend, and storylines, narratives, complaining, all of the things took place for the remaining. And they're still going on. The Bills really believe that was a catch by Brandon Cooks, and frankly, it doesn't really matter. Josh Allen doesn't even think it matters. This was Josh Allen after the loss.
Let my teammates down tonight. Just missed opportunities throughout the game. It's been a long season. I hate how it ended, and that's it's going to stick with me for a long time. Can't win with 5 turnovers. I fumbled twice, threw 2 picks. When you shoot yourself in the foot like that, you don't deserve to win football games.
That's right. The one word is everything, because that game literally had everything that you could possibly want. Controversial play at the end. Josh Allen being Josh Allen, defenses, not showing up to work, just back and forth, overtime. It gave you everything that you could possibly want. I think he's really upset because he's got to go home to his wife who's a Bronco fan.
Man, Catastrophic, I think, is the one word I would use for Josh Allen there. That emotion, I've never seen I haven't seen very many quarterbacks react that way. And I think the reason is because not very many quarterbacks had the opportunity that Josh Allen had this year. And not many have had the opportunity that he's had in years past. Just can't get there. Can't get past it. Right? I don't know if it's because it's with Buffalo and McDermott. I don't know if it's because 4 turnovers, 2 fumbles, 2 picks. Look, man, there's just certain players that have it, and there's certain players that don't. Phil Mickelson for years could not beat Tiger Woods. And Tiger Woods made every cut. That's like Mahomes making every playoff. Mahomes wasn't in this playoff.
That's right.
Hell, neither was Lamar, neither was Burrow, and you were playing Bo Nix, and you were moving the ball, and you had 2 big mistakes. One of them wasn't a turnover. One of them was an errant pass that would have ended the game.
Yep.
The other one was a field goal that you allowed because you turned the ball over on a fumble that looked like it looked like Will Levis for Tennessee.
Well, that's the thing.
I was like, what do you do? Because then when it happened, we're all watching it. What are you doing? Just go down.
2 interceptions and 2 fumbles by your quarterback.
And a very, very bad misthrow.
Yep.
And a crucial time.
2 times with the ball in your hand at the end of the game with a chance to win. Didn't do it. 4 turnovers turn into 16 points. Wide open cat you missed. Man, I'll be honest with you. Josh Allen, great quarterback, not a winner. He's not a winner.
It just sucks. He goes, this will stick with me for a long time. And my only advice to him would be like, I hope not.
Yeah.
I hope that's just raw emotion coming out of you at that moment. But I hope that, you go have your child, you go have your life in this offseason, you come back knowing that you're still a damn good quarterback and you can still win. You just got to be better. Just do better is all you have to do. Just don't let that control your career moving forward. Don't let that ruin what you still have at least 5 dominant years of still being able to do.
And also, too, I think what we saw there was kind of a reversal. We saw Josh Allen finally become a Buffalo Bills fan and get broken down with all the losing and all of the closeness that Buffalo fans had to endure. I don't think Buffalo fans are like that. I think Buffalo fans are like, typical. And they've moved on. At least that's what the fans at the huge watch party were saying that I was watching on the Buffalo News. Like, whatever, it happens every year, move on. I think Josh Allen became a true Bills fan in that moment, and the Bills fans are just like, yeah, we've seen this song and dance before.
Sean McDermott after the game, he's very upset about the no-catch call. This was him.
It's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled. And if it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down? Just to make sure that we have this right. That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
Okay.
Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
I think ultimately, though, what I'll use is false and all of that, because he's doing what most people do in those situations. When something bad happens, let's blame everybody else and not take into account for us. I'm fighting for Buffalo. That sounded forced. That sounded fake. You wouldn't have needed to fight for Buffalo if your quarterback didn't have 4 turnovers and Cook didn't have a turnover as well. He had 5 total turnovers in that game. That play right there, it's, again, not why you lost the game, but it's the easy one to dissect and blame the refs and take the attention away. And good job on him as the coach to take the attention away from his quarterback who didn't play great in that game. But at the end of the day, you didn't lose the game because of that. You lost the game because you gave it away 5 times.
Is everyone else spending $1,200 in 7 days?
No, I don't know. I don't know if they're serious. If they're serious, they are.
That was Sean McDermott after the game against Denver. Man, I don't know. I don't know how to feel, because if the group I was with was divided in raw reaction, everybody else was. Catch, no catch.
No, everybody was debating it. Nobody knew, right?
And then, of course, it happens immediately in the next game. Or not the next game, but it happened on Sunday with the Rams and everybody else. But, yeah, it always reminds me to say, what is it? That kid that was watching wrestling and everybody told him it was scripted that you shouldn't be doing at home. Yeah. It's still real to me, damn it.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, I don't think Buffalo's your place. Get out of there.
Yeah, I'm firing Sean McDermott if I'm the
100%.
Buffalo Bills, for sure.
Even though he didn't lose that game,
doesn't
his
matter.
quarterback did, sometimes the split is necessary to create something better.
What about Josh Allen to the Rams after this season?
I love this from the 913. 100% it was an interception. Quit deflecting, McSucket.
Yeah, that's true. Get bent. But that's what it is. That's what people do. They deflect attention so you don't focus on what you need to be focusing on. We're going to do this. 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 And then you forget to focus on the raw subject of your quarterback had 4 turnovers and James Cook had another.
And I feel bad because it's Buffalo.
They're the
well, how are you going to feel about that next year when you're not Buffalo's coach?
Exactly right. They're the ones crying, but I believe that the Broncos really suffered the true heartbreak, winning a game and then having it ripped out from under you because your quarterback is gone. Nick Foles tweeted, "Note for the Broncos and their fans, I know it's been an emotional 24 hours. I feel for Bo and the team, and I'm sending prayers for a strong recovery." A positive note going to the game versus the Patriots is that they struggle against backup quarterbacks in championship-type games. One word there on Nick Foles' tweet.
Funny.
Brilliant.
Awesome.
Yeah, really well done. I'm surprised Matt Castle hasn't weighed in yet, too, right?
I'm ready.
I did see one the other day. Should they sign Colin Kaepernick? No.
And then CFP tonight, Miami and Indiana. What do you got? One word.
Halftime. I think it's going to be over by halftime. Yeah, I do. I think it'll be over by halftime. Yeah. But we'll see. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll be another great game. I mean, we've had so many great ones, you know? Well, why does this one have to be any different? But we'll see.
Sig.
Google me.
Yep.
He's one of the few that doesn't have a GM, too.
Mm-hmm. Not yet.
That's true. Yeah, it's just kind of him doing it.
Yeah.
Signetti. Yeah, Sig would be my one word. Big game for him tonight. Yep. Mendoza, you're going to go on and be the number 1 pick to the Raiders, and we'll see if it works out. Signetti, maybe you're the top dog tonight, especially if you just absolutely mollywop Miami, which I don't know if that's going to happen as I continue to kind of follow this game today because, again, what we watch this weekend, what do we talk about today? Man, defense, having a fast, good defense. What does Miami have?
Michael
Irvin.
Irvin.
Fast, good defense. Well, he's on the sideline, on his hands and knees, getting ready to take his belt off. Coming up on the other side, we talk about what this means for Bills fans moving forward. You hate to see it, don't you? 96.5 The Fan, you're home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're listening to Bob Fescoe.
I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
And Dusty Likens.
He's a hoe, and I want that known.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? You need Jay's Southland Tow Service. They have 20 years of experience and service the KC metro area. They specialize in light, medium, and heavy duty, also in commercial transport and construction equipment. Keep this number handy, 816-779-4TOW, or go to southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments, Jay's Southland Tow. There's nothing they can't do, so be in the know and use Jay's Southland Tow.
Hey, it's Gold, and just because the calendar turned over to 2026 doesn't mean Shawnee Mission Ford still isn't on a mission to do more. In fact, they're still offering the largest discounts, giving top trade allowances in Kansas City. I'm still enjoying driving the great Ford F-150. That 360 camera makes the parking so easy for me now. Also, the heated seats for most start. It is a must in the wintertime. So if you're looking for a place to buy a vehicle, it is Shawnee Mission Ford. They're also going to be with you whenever you need the service done. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more in 26.
Dane Hughes here, and it's playoff time, and there's no better place to bet the chase for the championship than Circa Sports. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January all the way to the big game. Circa Sports, with high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call Heartland Men's Health today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at Heartland Men's Health will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. That's heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Rolling along on a Monday. Vern coming up in about 30 minutes to talk all things Royals. Vern's show is back, baby. The hot stove.
Hot stove, baby. Hot stove.
Hey, did you see the Gabagool brothers are back?
They are. I saw them on Saturday, Friday.
Dude.
Went and had lunch over there with them. Got the sneak peek on the Gabagool brothers. Yeah.
I thought the Hello America thing was just a one-time
No,
thing.
apparently that is like that's the thing, man.
Yeah,
Hello,
man.
America.
Yeah. You think we made that by accident?
No,
100%.
No.
Oh, he's been doing it for years?
Okay, he doesn't know
Hello,
America. What we're doing. No.
That's fair.
That's actually good points.
He's like he can put his pants on the right way. What the hell was that?
Kind of one of the sweetest people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, he's
the man.
We're talking about Anselmo, of course, but he does have trouble putting his pants on, you know?
Same.
That's why Jasper and I have been touring the old folks' homes. We went down to John Knox Village over the weekend.
Hey.
Got a nice little corner room ready for Jerry whenever he's ready for it.
You were
That's
in my
right.
neck of the woods.
Yeah, out there in Lee Summit. He won't go on the Kansas side, so we had to go on the Missouri side and look around and whatnot.
Okay.
A lot of these 55 and alive communities for Jerry.
They got a cool golf
Hell, I'll be
course
in one soon.
Yeah.
I got had 6 years.
Pond for you. Yeah.
Pond or pool, right?
Pond. Pond would work for you.
Pond would work for Anselmo better than the pool.
Just out there scrubbing. Oh, America.
Oh, America. I thought this was my bathtub.
No. It is kind of great.
That's a swan, Jerry. Leave it alone.
They do have the old golf course at John Knox Village. So every time I drive by it, it's on Pryor. If you go,
beautiful setting. Out
it's
there,
funny.
Right?
It's like because I'm like, man, that's like a par 3, 37-yard hole, and then I'm like, well, come on, Dusty, give him some credit.
Oh, Dolly, I'm hot today. You know that's what's going on out there.
Yeah.
Can't find my teeth, Mildred. They're on the tee box, Hank. Get out there and get them. They're sitting there. You think anybody's ever put in the wrong teeth before at John Knox Village?
Look like Walter Matthau and Dennis the Menace. Okay, smile.
Think about that story you told us, Dusty. Was it your father-in-law?
No, my dad.
Oh.
Yeah, he drank the water that my grandmother, my great-grandmother's teeth were soaking in the whole night.
Would you rather take a swig of a beer with the dip in it or put in somebody's wrong false teeth?
I don't know.
What about somebody's retainer?
Retainer. I'm not drinking spew. Not a chance.
But that's what it's sitting in. Is
Yeah, but
spew.
you're not drinking it.
So what would you rather do? Drink a bottle with chew in it or put in somebody's dentures that aren't
America.
yours?
Yeah. I'll go the beer.
There's juice all over
You'd
the
rather
place.
drink the beer.
I guess.
All right. Really?
Neither, really.
Neither, no. no.
I hope they both lose.
What about that flip-flop or the teeth?
Flop.
Yeah?
Flip-flop.
Really?
I'm not putting the flip-flop in my mouth.
Okay.
I'm just getting a sniff.
Okay.
But you know it's got mileage.
Bob said that's enough.
I want to throw up right now in my mouth.
You started it.
Well, I'm sorry.
Spit on it.
Watch Stidham win a Super Bowl or put in false teeth that aren't yours.
Stidham. Let's go Stidham.
Gosh, that'd be so awesome if he won the Super
It'd be
Bowl and
sick.
not Bo Nix.
Oh, my God, yeah.
It'd be sick.
I mean, just like Nick Foles with Carson Wentz.
Because then they'd be like, well, Bo Nix is only 2 titles behind Patrick Mahomes. No, he's not.
No,
He didn't
he's
win
not.
that. He didn't win that sucker.
Nope.
That would be incredible, though. I don't want to see that. I don't need Denver winning anything.
Absolutely not.
No. Aaron Judge or Josh Allen? Because if Josh Allen is a winner, neither is Aaron Judge.
No, I didn't say. I don't think Aaron Judge is a winner.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
no.
that's what I thought about.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about Bills fan base, and it just have to have the worst. I mean,
well, the Cubs
especially if you watch the Indiana game tonight, and you're like, they were the worst team in the history of college football, and even they can win.
How about that, right?
The Cubs were down 3-1, never won a World Series since they got one. The Boston Red Sox always got their ass kicked by the Yankees, and then here comes a bloody fake sock from Curt Schilling to amplify it. They win, right? All of this is Oklahoma City Thunder just became a franchise. They win. The Royals, small market team that just wins by stealing and getting hits and moving the line. They've won.
Even the Cleveland Cavaliers have won something for the city of Cleveland. Like,
gotta be the toughest fan base to be a part of.
It has to be, because it's not just the Bills; it's the Sabres too, right? And the Sabres
Buffalo Sabres.
And so you start to kind of go through. Yeah, that's a good song. But you start to go through like all of these teams that have not done anything and cities that have not done anything. And you know, San Diego, for whatever reason, is considered the most cursed. They've never won a championship in San Diego. Now they only have the one team, obviously, out there now. But Buffalo is right behind them. 0 titles between the Bills and Sabres. And then having those 4 straight Super Bowl losses. And then now this. I mean, if you're a Buffalo fan and you're living up there, you just have to laugh at this point in time, right? Like, we had an era where we were so good. We went to 4 straight Super Bowls, but damn, we didn't win any of them. Now we've got an era where we're so good and we're just never going to be good enough because there's a Mahomes, there's a Burrow, there's a Knicks. I mean,
you want some more juice? The Buffalo Bills are the first team in NFL history to lose by 3 points or fewer in the playoffs in 3 consecutive seasons. 2023 lost by 3 to the Chiefs. 2024 lost by 3 to the Chiefs. 2025 Lost by 3 to the Broncos.
I mean, that sucks. I mean, you're that close.
Stop playing the AFC West.
I mean, I don't know what it would be like, though, to be in that type of situation, guys, because I've never been a fan of a team that got that close so many times and never was able to cross over the edge. I mean, think about Minnesota fans as well. They haven't won a title since 1991, and they've got 4 sports up there.
Yeah, if you go sports-wise, I mean, if you go NFL, like if you break it down, Lions, Bills, I mean, the Lions, we might be watching that window be closed.
That window may be slamming shut right now in Detroit. But here's the other thing with the Lions. They've never been this close.
Yeah.
No.
I'd rather have my nuts kicked in than this.
I'd rather be the Browns.
But they've had Barry Sanders, who called it quits early. Calvin Johnson calls it quits early.
Right.
Their quarterback, maybe the best in their entire franchise, gets traded. What's he do? Win a Super Bowl.
May win another one, too,
Right.
with this
So
one.
it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, like, it depends on where your level of torture lies. Like getting to because like Buffalo fans will be like, hey man, at least we've been like relevant and we win and we have hope and we have the playoffs. We just know how it's going to end. Whereas like Detroit's been like, yeah, like we won 8 games one year and it was awesome.
It was fantastic.
You know what I mean? So-
Wayne Fonts got us 9-7 one year, and but like but it's got to be terrible to be Buffalo. It really does. I mean, I know it's terrible to be Minnesota, and Cincinnati hasn't won a championship in 36 years, right? But they only have 2 teams. Minnesota hasn't won a championship in 35 years. They've got 4 teams. They've had some heartbreakers along the way. There's no question about that. But I don't know if any city has had more heartbreaking tenures and eras than Buffalo. I mean, seriously, the 90s and now. And then in between, it was awful, right?
Terrible.
The Ryan Fitzpatricks and whoever else was playing quarterback up there and how bad it was.
J.P. Lawson?
Yeah, they had those bad uniforms that they
E.J.
were wearing and all that kind of stuff. Like
Sports geek.
To have this guy as the quarterback right now and to have nothing to show for it, man, I really do. And if Buffalo wasn't moving into a new stadium, I would say blow the whole thing up. I would say fire the coach. I would say trade the quarterback.
Whoa.
And get those picks back and start the rebuild process out there. You've got to get rid of that stank right now that's lying over that city. And like I said, Josh Allen is a great quarterback. He's just not a winner.
Yeah, they need to fire Sean McDermott.
Yeah, 100%. Have to.
This is the Bills' postseason losses under Sean McDermott and Josh Allen from 2019 to 2025. Lost wildcard round to Houston in 2019. Lost championship round to Kansas City in 2020. Lost divisional round to the Chiefs in 2021. Lost divisional round to Cincinnati in 2022. Lost divisional round to KC in 2023. Lost last year's AFC championship game to the Chiefs. And lost this year to the Denver Broncos. We talked about it with Harbaugh and Tomlin. Tomlin had all those years, never under 500, but 0-7 in his last 7 playoff games. And it was time for him to step down. He's done with football. He did the respectful way. Pittsburgh handled business that way. You look at Harbaugh. He'd won 4 playoff games since winning the Super Bowl in 2012, and they said, maybe it's just time. Buffalo, it's time. You need a new voice. It's been fun. Sean McDermott, you guys need to split ways. I don't know who you hire in this carousel that's going on right now because Tennessee's down to 3 jobs.
Elevate Joe Brady.
Could do that. He knows your system. Maybe him and Allen have a better rapport.
Yeah.
But for me personally, if I'm looking at this screams Schottenheimer.
Ooh,
No,
yeah.
it definitely does. It's
You're
very
not
similar,
No one's saying you're not a good coach.
Yep.
But it ain't working, dog. Like it's not happening, and it's in the worst possible moment. And Schottenheimer reigned supreme in Kansas City for years. And finally, 1 year was enough. And it was like, hey, we're 13-3, we're 12-4, we're 10-6, and we're going to the playoffs. And we continue to lose because you're not getting it done. I'm sorry, but it's time we go our separate ways. He goes to California. He goes and coaches the Los Angeles Chargers, or the San Diego Chargers. Same situation.
1 year, 14-2, fired.
Gone. They weren't gonna get burned like that.
Yeah.
And whatever it may be. And you had LaDainian Tomlinson at the time was the greatest player in the NFL.
Yeah, and you lost in the playoffs.
And you just couldn't do it. And
they never have really been back.
It's an interesting debate to have because what if they do go to the playoffs next year? McDermott's not their coach, and Allen has the success. Then the Bills will be like, what were we doing since 2023?
Yeah, and then there's also the flip side of what if we, fall on our face?
Because the one thing I will say, it's not a Mahomes issue with Allen.
No, it's not. It's clearly not because it's a Josh Allen issue. It really is a Josh Allen issue. Some guys have that winning gene. Some guys don't. And there's nothing you can do to create
some genes have the Watson
that.
gene.
Yeah.
Yeah,
struggling.
Watson, gosh, man. I just feel like I could find a better coach before I could find a better quarterback. And I just think I think they just need to have a split.
But I'm trying to think, like, if you're Buffalo, right? Let's have an argument. Let's carry it over to the other side, because I want to ask you guys a question on that.
That's Bob's Tees here on 96.5 The Fan.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending are saying to you, hey, let's go. Let's save some money together, and they'll give you that free mortgage checkup. It's the best checkup you will take, I promise you that, because you're going to find out exactly where you are and where you can go with your financial future. And when you take the free mortgage checkup with Golden Oak, you're going to tell them everything that you want them to know about you. You'll share where you are and where you want to go with your financial life, and then they'll get to work to see if they've got a mortgage that's better than the one that you're in right now. And with rates as low as 4.50%, there's a great chance Golden Oak has something for you. The average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month, and then you get to go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. How would you like to go to the middle of March without having to write a check for your mortgage again? So get in touch with Golden Oak Lending today and take that free mortgage checkup. Like I said, it is risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a simple phone conversation between you and the folks over at Golden Oak Lending. If they've got a mortgage better than you, you're on your way, and if they don't, they'll let you know that as well and never put you in a mortgage that isn't better than the one you have. So call them today at 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Guys, ladies, you made your New Year's resolution to get back in shape. What happens next? You want to see those results over at Synergen X and Low T Center. And for a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. So say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and find out what Synergen X and Low T Center can do to change your life. If you've been suffering from the symptoms of low testosterone, such as constant tiredness, lack of focus, or just feeling off, Synergen X and Low T Center can help you meet with a real provider, not a chat bot on a website, and get real pricing. Not a surprise when the bill comes from a website. So get your real results, because Synergen X and Low T Center can provide those for you. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives, and you can do the same. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com. That's getmyhealthfix.com, and you'll be happy that you've finally taken the steps to begin changing your life.
If you need a new garage door, this could be your lucky day. Entries are open now for the $5,000 sweepstakes at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. A winner will be chosen at random to receive $5,000 towards new garage doors, openers, or front entry doors of their choice. Deadline to enter is the end of the month to win the $5,000 sweepstakes with Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Enter now at overheaddoorkc.com. You can't win if you don't enter at overheaddoorkc.com. And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Royals fans, it's Vern. I'll be broadcasting live from Royals Rally on Saturday, January 31st, starting at 9 a.m. as I sit down with the biggest names in the organization before they head off to spring training. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
Promotion of Vern there. He'll be on the show here in about 19 minutos. Divisional round weekend is over. From the 913s. Josh Allen, the next Dan Marino. Your thoughts?
Yeah, probably.
Dan Marino got to a Super Bowl.
I mean, who's the greatest to never get to a Super Bowl, guys? Seriously, when you think about it, because Marino did get to one. Obviously, Elway, Manning, Brady, Manning.
Put Rivers.
Philip Rivers is probably the answer.
Andrew Luck, but he didn't play long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I keep seeing is people just say, like, Phillip Rivers 2.0 is Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, legacy currently, yes, but talent-wise, absolutely not. I mean, I can watch both those guys throw a football and know who's more talented at the position. I mean, that's where it's at. I mean, phew, man.
So in order to pay off the tease, if like Sean McDermott, you guys think should be fired, right? I'm at the point where I'm probably 51% saying yes, he should be fired versus 49% saying no. So I'm leaning to that direction just because, you need to have that cleanse there in Buffalo. But what do you do? I think if you're Buffalo, you have to go out and make a big splash with that hire. You had mentioned Joe Brady. I don't know that that's enough, from a cachet hire, if you will. Like, you have Josh Allen. You should be able to go out there and get just about anybody you want. Like, wouldn't people want to be, like, clamoring to coach Josh Allen?
Oh, yeah.
So the roundabout way is, I don't know who the right answer is. It's not obviously Mike Tomlin.
Is it Brian Daboll?
Oh, wow.
Bring him back.
Dude. I love that suggestion.
I mean,
You like that because he's worked with him before.
Yes. Josh Allen was at his best with Brian Daboll, I feel like, right? Like, that
He's
was the
also
13
7 years
game.
younger.
And
Yeah.
you're
I don't
right.
know. He was really good last season.
Yeah, he was. But, I mean, Brian Daboll was really good with him, and that's what you want to do, get him some familiarity maybe. I don't know what the right answer is. This is a hard situation because in professional sports, like, if you're an owner of a team, the Buffalo Bills are doing exactly what you want. They're in the playoffs every year. They're sold out every year. They're generating cash and all that kind of stuff, right? From the business side of things, that is a well-oiled machine. What does the coach want to do from a football standpoint, or the owner want to do from a football standpoint? Does he want to invest more money in buying out? Because you're going to have to buy out 25 assistants. You're going to have to pay 25 new assistants, your new head coach. You got that new stadium going on as well, so maybe he doesn't want to invest any more cash into the team. I don't know what the right answer is in Buffalo right now. I would hate to be the owner of that
What's
franchise.
Buffalo doing next year?
Probably finishing second in that division, I would imagine.
The obvious. What are they doing next year?
What do you mean? Moving into the new stadium?
Correct.
Yeah. But I'm saying, do you want to pay all these people off and pay for that new stadium too? Like, incur all of those expenses?
But I think if you start a new era, you got to leave the past.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But if you fire Sean McVay or McDermott or whatever the hell his name is,
you fire Sean McVay,
you hire him in a second. Yeah, I mean, Andy, hey, this guy's going to be coming on staff doing something. We don't know what.
Andy, you want to go back home to L.A.?
He's going to be the head coach.
Yeah. But God, the Buffalo thing, guys, is just so tough. I just don't know what the right answer is.
You know what? McDermott has to go.
But then I think Josh Allen has to go too. And if you're moving into a new stadium, do a full clean sweep of everybody.
Why does he? Why?
He's the greatest. He's the greatest quarterback in your franchise's history.
Yeah,
you put him on
winner.
Yeah, I don't know.
But he gives
John
you the
Elway
best
didn't
chance
win until his last 2 years,
and he gives you the best chance to
win.
win.
Super Bowls, though. John Elway went to a lot of Super Bowls before
he went to 5. Yep.
Before he
Won his
ended up
last
winning.
2.
Allen's still 30. There's still time.
Jalen Hurts a winner.
Yeah, he's been to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, then I disagree with the logic here.
Yeah, but I don't.
He's been to Super Bowls. He's a winner. He hasn't. He's not. That doesn't make sense.
The toughest thing to do is to find a franchise quarterback, and the Bills have the second best one.
Yeah, in the regular season, though, guys. I mean,
in the playoffs too. Statistically,
I don't care about his stats. I don't. Please don't tell me his stats.
Okay.
He doesn't win. He had the ball in his hands twice yesterday.
Totally agree.
To win a game, like yesterday,
his worst game he's ever played in the playoffs.
Yesterday, I look at that game and I go, boy, that is Josh Allen. Everything coming together in one right there. And, I just watched a guy yesterday who, if we're going to have these conversations like Paul Bunyan and better than Mahomes and all of these conversations that happen nationally, they're over. And I haven't seen one of them this morning. Not one of these TV shows that we've been watching this morning has anything to do with Josh Allen's legacy or who the best quarterback is in the NFL, because they all know that they have egg and feces on their face by saying that Josh Allen is in the same category of Patrick Mahomes. Everybody's waking up this morning realizing this is still Patrick Mahomes' world. And that's what I took away from these playoffs so far. What we've taken away from these playoffs is Patrick Mahomes, when healthy, obviously, is head and shoulders better than any other quarterback. He's a better winner than any other quarterback that is out there right now. And there's no more debating on who the best quarterback is in the NFL, because these playoffs have shown us who the best quarterback is in the NFL. It's the gentleman not playing who the best quarterback is in the NFL. And not one time have I seen now, and they're starting to recycle topics on these shows, have they said, is Josh Allen better than Mahomes? What does this do for Josh Allen's legacy? Because none of them want to talk about it because they were so wrong for an entire 2 weeks telling us how Josh Allen was the best quarterback in football. He's a very talented quarterback. He's a great football player, but he is by far not a winner. And I want a winner, and Patrick Mahomes is a great quarterback and a winner. A very rare combination.
How old was Peyton when he got his first? Was that 06?
Yeah, 06.
06, 07, and Peyton came out in 99?
Yep. So he would have been, 28?
Yeah.
27?
Before 30,
29?
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was terrible in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, even looking now at the end of his career, his playoff stats aren't eye-popping. They're not great.
But he's got those 2 Super Bowl wins, right?
One of which he was not a huge part of, but
Yeah.
yes, it'll go down in his legacy.
Yep.
Again, I just think, you're doing the rings thing.
Yeah, I am. Because that's for
but you
fans.
know better than that. You know more than that.
Well, I don't. No, not when it comes to the quarterback in the playoffs. It's about winning. I don't care about your playoff stats. I really don't. Like, you can tell me all these stats. I don't care. Like, nothing you can tell me about playoff stats is going to change how I view the way players play in big-time situations. You've got to have that extra gene. You've got to have that it factor.
So you've got Joe Flacco over Josh Allen?
No, I don't have Joe Flacco. When you're ranking great quarterbacks, no, but he's won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he played big when he needed to play big. Josh Allen hasn't played big enough. It comes down to your quarterback. Yesterday, a miserable game. He had this opportunity with no pressure, with nobody in his way, with no one in front of him that's any good. And you lost. And you lost to a guy who people have made fun of for 2 years in Bo Nix. Oh, Bo Nix stinks. Bo Nix no good. Bo Nix this. Bo Nix outplayed Josh Allen yesterday. And it wasn't even close. He made bigger throws. He made bigger plays. He had bigger balls than Josh Allen did yesterday. Josh Allen yesterday played like that guy who's been so close so many times and was so intent on not making mistakes that he just made mistakes all over the place yesterday.
I just think you're equating being a winner to Patrick Mahomes, and that's a disservice to Patrick Mahomes, frankly. Patrick Mahomes is more than a winner. He's an all-time. He's a great. No one is in his stratosphere, but we already know that. That doesn't mean Josh Allen isn't a winner, though, or isn't really good, or frankly, Hall of Famer, right? Like, Mahomes is all-time. Different world, different atmosphere, different galaxy.
Yeah, it's not even a Mahomes comparison. It's just, you're the quarterback of a team. You've got to lead eventually. If you're going to have all the accolades, and people are going to tell me, and I'm going to hear how great you are, the greatest of greats show up in the playoffs.
Yeah, agreed.
You mentioned Aaron Judge, great baseball player. Hasn't shown me that he's a winner in the playoffs. He's had his bad postseason moments, right? And, you got a guy like Michael Jordan who just, when the postseason came, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, these guys dominate. And yes, they're very, very different than everybody else, but that's what makes them so special. And that's why you can't put everybody into that special category of a Mahomes and a Brady and a Jordan and a LeBron and some of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because I think if you put Josh Allen in that category, that does those guys a disservice.
I think it definitely has a few people eating crow, because I think kind of the way that you ended your topic there is the one problem that we have is that we look at things that happen once in a lifetime and think that something else can get to that equivalent. Like, there's never going to be another Tiger Woods. Like, even if you watch what Scottie Scheffler's doing, he's galaxies away from even coming close to what Tiger did, right? Like, Tiger made 100-plus cuts consecutively. He was ranked number 1 in the world for almost a decade, and that's changed 40 times since he's not been number 1. Like, you watch the rise of Dustin Johnson and the rise of Jon Rahm, and then you find out these guys are only there for 2 years, and Tiger was there for 8.5, if not longer. You look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady's great because nobody else was that great. You look at guys that were that way, and the problem is, and that's kind of the world that we live in, is in a clickbait, hot take world, that people want to make that assumption because then if they go do it, they look great, right? It's like your bets that you place. I'm going to do a 5-leg parlay. It hits one time, and you lean on that one win forever, money-wise, because it costs you $10 to win $380. Well, now you've had your whole season because you got one win. But I guarantee you, you only hit 1 to 2 parlays in the last 14 that you lay out there, but you got that one. And that's what Josh Allen has to get. And I will say, as much as people compare him to Mahomes, and as much as people would say, well, maybe they need to move on, all you need is a chance. He got that chance. He failed again. That's totally obvious. And if you want to say that he's failed against the other best quarterbacks, well, when he has failed, he's failed to the greatest that's done it in his era. Just like Peyton would always fail against Tom. But eventually Peyton did get him. And I do think that what they need is they need a different voice and a different leader, and maybe that can change everything, because it was Andy that needed Mahomes.
Yeah.
And it worked. It was McVay who needed Stafford, and it worked. Because McVay's great. McVay's good. Couldn't do a Goff. Minute he got Matthew Stafford, the entire thing changed. So maybe that can be true, where there's a coach out there who's had it but never gotten it, and if they get it, it's a best case for both worlds.
And maybe we don't even know who that coach is, too, Dusty. I mean,
or like Max said, maybe it's Joe Brady.
Maybe it is Joe Brady.
Because when they got Ken Dorsey out of there and they brought in Joe Brady, that offense changed, and Josh Allen won an MVP.
Yeah, but I think they need to do something up there in Buffalo, man.
Fire McDermott is the answer.
And I don't know that they're going to do that, and I don't think they will, because of all the costs and everything. And I think most people would say McDermott did a fairly good job this year with the limited talent that was out there for this team.
He did.
McDermott didn't turn the ball over 5 times yesterday, guys.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Nope. Sometimes it's not fair.
I know. You're right. You're absolutely right. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know.
Yes.
So-and-so didn't strike out 5 times, but he's no longer the manager of the Red Sox today, you know.
Yep.
No doubt. Coming up on the other side, we'll get to Josh Vernier, plus we'll get a little bit before we get to him of who lost more over the weekend between two individuals here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll say it. My friends at QC Kinetics are fantastic, man. They're going to make you feel better. I know you're waking up this morning and you're thinking, oh, my knees hurt. I don't know what I'm going to do, or my back or my shoulders. Everything's aching. Well, go see my friends at QC Kinetics, because you're going to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. So skip the 3 to 6 months of recovery and the pain and the invasive surgery. Imagine this instead. You're moving better and stronger with game-changing regenerative treatment from my friends over at QC Kinetics. January is supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one and stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, it's QC Kinetics.
This is Kevin Harlan, and I'm here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford. Fresh off a record-breaking year and a successful run at Ford's 2025 Top Volume Award. Rob, how did you do it?
Kevin, it's simple. We pulled out all the stops on price, on trade values, on inventory, and made sure our customers got an experience they couldn't find anywhere else.
Well, the race isn't over. 2026 is here, and you're back in the chase again.
That's right, and we're going even harder this year. More inventory, more aggressive trade-in values, and a buying experience other dealers just can't match.
Well, you're not just talking, you've got the receipts. Kansas City's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google, 4.8 stars with nearly 3,000 reviews. Voted best car dealership in Kansas City by KC Magazine.
The recognition matters, but what actually matters is how you feel when you call or visit Rob Seid Ford.
Inventory, value, transparency, and no pressure. That's why people keep coming back.
Come see us at 135th and State Line or visit us online at robsight.com.
Rob Seid Ford. Buy right. Drive happy.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Woo! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. Well, if this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 and older only. Missouri only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back and unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please gamble responsibly.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Welcome back to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Long-time listener and supporter of you because you tell it like it is.
Here's our Royals insider, Josh Vernier.
That's right. We do this every Tuesday at 8:20. Baseball season's right around the corner. I'm excited. I'm ready to have Vern join us and hear the birds chirping in the background in Arizona. Got Royals Rally coming up on the 31st. Got one hot stove show already under the belt. Vern, what's good, brother? What's good?
Well, those birds you mentioned out in Arizona, we are 3 weeks away from hearing those beautiful sounds. So, yeah, man, I'm excited.
Talk to me, Goose.
Excited to be back. And
hang on. The Bills are moving on from Sean McDermott. He has now officially been fired as the Buffalo Bills coach.
Thanks, Vern. We'll talk to you next week.
There you go. Dusty got your wish.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, I was speaking into existence.
McDermott fired. Now, that does make sense. It really does. Like, at the end of the day, Vern, you've seen this in baseball. Guys can't get hits. They fire the manager. It kind of happens all the time in these sports, you know?
Yeah, Tony Dungy.
Yeah.
Right? Tony Dungy got canned in Tampa. John Gruden comes in, wins the Super Bowl. That's what that whole Buffalo scenario kind of reminds me of.
Yeah, it is. And then you got to make those changes. Or, you know, you look at baseball. Like Buck Showalter gets fired, and usually the guy who takes over for Buck Showalter goes on and does some really good things, you know? And so maybe, you know, the Buffalo Bills go out and find their Joe Girardi to the Buck Showalter or whatever.
And as you guys mentioned earlier, if this weekend didn't show you how unique Patrick Mahomes' career was, and continues to be, in Kansas City, I don't know what other takeaway you have. Caleb Williams almost had his moment. Josh Allen almost had his moment. Bo Nix is going to be robbed of his moment. Mahomes, when the moment presented himself, he seized that moment and turned himself into a Hall of Famer. These guys can be great. I mean, you know, Williams, Allen, they could all end up in the Hall of Fame, but to reach that Brady-Mahomes plateau, it ain't happening because you win those games this weekend like Brady, like Mahomes did.
Yeah. So, Vern, I want to bring this up because I was asking Bob about this. A lot of similarities kind of with Josh Allen and one Aaron Judge. Yeah, or nay? Maybe kind of the same. I mean, I know Judge is a monster when it comes to like the stat sheets. I mean, Allen's not out here throwing like 50 touchdowns a season and throwing for 4,500 yards, but it kind of seems to be kind of that same narrative where, and you've watched enough sports in your life where you watch a guy and you see the playoffs happen. You're like, I don't know what it is, but something happens when the playoffs start and that guy just
knows how to bring it from the mound, or this guy just shows up. And that we saw Beltran, in the early 2000s when he got traded to the Houston Astros. It was like, this guy just doesn't care the playoffs are here. Kind of in the same realm with Aaron Judge and the Yankees over there in right field and wearing number 99.
Yeah, I can see that, because it's also as if he's not, in my opinion, he's not gagging, right? He's not Alex Rodriguez. He's not, you get there and you're a completely different player. Now, you're making mistakes like we saw Judge make a few seasons ago in the World Series that ultimately cost you the game, but no one's going to look at you and say, man, you were so bad from start to finish. You are the reason why we lost. Now, you weren't the reason why we won, and Judge, you were the reason why we won a majority of our games. Josh Allen, you were the reason why we won a majority of our games, but you were unable to be that guy in this moment on this stage. And yeah, I can see the comparison. Alex Rodriguez, to me, when he would get to October, he would just absolutely no show. So yeah, I do think the Aaron Judge comparison is apropos.
Yeah, and which one do you think gets a championship first? Is it Aaron Judge or is it Josh Allen?
Yeah, I'll still ride with the evil empire of the American League.
Okay.
Yeah. You look at the American League and who the Yankees are going to have to go through. They have a really good pitching staff this year. You're going to get Carlos Rodon back. With the money they're able to throw around, now beating the Dodgers in the World Series might be difficult, but getting to the World Series, being just 4 wins away, I think it's more likely that the Yanks and Aaron Judge get it done before Josh Allen has a yellow brick road to the Super Bowl like he did this year and fumble it.
So you've been around baseball, obviously, in sports for a very long time, almost as long as me, Vern. We're old dinosaurs here. Yep. Who's the biggest winner you've been around?
Oh, boy. Well, nobody in Detroit, not when I was there.
Right.
Nobody, Packers, Milwaukee, no. I was just talking about this Thursday on the Hot Stove Show, and one of the reasons why I'm so excited about where the Royals are is the united front that they have, and you guys know this. Any great organization, you can't have culture until you have consistency, and you look at the Chiefs, right? To me, one of the biggest moments in Chiefs history is when Clark Hunt doesn't allow Andy Reid to leave that job interview. You have your owner, now a general manager, a head coach, a quarterback, and a few players that we are all on the same page. The Royals right now have that united front with owner, general manager, Bobby, Mike Cal, and the manager all being locked up basically through the 2030 season. So, man, that power structure right there, to me, that's where it all begins. And the Royals have that, like the Chiefs have that. So to answer your question, who's the greatest winner? Man, I have to say Andy Reid and the culture that he brings by building that consistency. But I can't give it all to Andy Reid because there's no Andy Reid without Clark Hunt. So I'll point across the parking lot in the power structure of the Chiefs.
So let's shift over to those Kansas City Royals where you talk about the power structure and maybe pressure. How much pressure is on the Royals' bats? And the two that I mentioned is Caglione and Carter Jensen. Young kids, maybe future faces of this franchise, but not a lot of movement going on when it comes to getting somebody in the outfield bat. It kind of seems with the fence coming in and two young kids being the future of your team, there could be some sort of pressure on these two.
Tons of pressure. Yeah, if you're going to win the division, as the team is currently constructed, Jack Caglione and Carter Jensen need to be better than league average hitters. Might not sound like a lot, but it's a lot for two young men that have never played a full big league season. You need, I mean, we've been talking about this for years when it comes to Bobby, Vinny, Salvi, Michael. Well, we added Michael last year, but you look at that four, those top four hitters, you feel really good about it. But you felt really good about it last year. You felt really good about it the year before, but they need help, all right? The offense was brutal. I mean, historically bad for the Royals last season until Adam Frazier and Mike Yastrzemski showed up. Well, those two guys are gone. Who's taken their spot as far as quality at-bats? Sure, Isaac Collins, Lane Thomas, the new additions, those guys will help you defensively on the base paths and will provide better at-bats. But I'm talking about those big situations, so we're not sitting there every single game saying, all right, ducks on the pond for Vinny and Salvi. They must deliver, or else the Royals are going to have a hard time pushing runs across. I would say as far as pressure is concerned, Kaggs and Carter are probably second only maybe to Seth Lugo going into the season. Is that fair? No. But that's the table that has been set for them by this organization and the inability to acquire that bats that can press Vinny and Salvi to be one of the best on the team, that can allow Kaggs and Carter to take their time and kind of get their feet wet in their first full big league season. I would love, and I talked about this on Thursday's Hot Stove Show, I would love for this team to make the type of trade that we really haven't seen since the Will Myers trade back in 2013. I've never felt this way about this organization, where I feel confident enough that I'll part with the 3 of my top 4 prospects. If you want to throw a big leaguer like Massey or Izzy or Bubic or India in there, go for it. But I'll sell the farm right now because, man, as you just saw last week on the International Signing Day, like you've seen over the past few years, this organization, it seems, at least with this power structure, has the ability to lose prospects and replace them rather quickly. I think they've done a good job in the draft. They've done a good job internationally. So, I mean, there are plenty of trade options out there. The issue is another general manager willing to stand up 3 weeks before spring training and say, hey, fans, I just traded that player you know and love and brought back some 18 and 19-year-olds you've never heard of. It's a tough sell for an owner and a general manager of another team to part with a known commodity right now for prospects. That's normally done at the trade deadline. But I'm still holding out hope because, to me, this Royals team needs some insurance in case Salvi isn't a 30 home run, 270 hitter this season. That's a pretty big ask for a 36, soon-to-be 37-year-old. You need some sort of insurance. Now, you have some, I guess you could say, in that great rotation and terrific pitching staff, but can they really be elite for a third straight season? If the answer is no there, well, then again, that brings us back to Carter and Kaggs, and you guys better be stars.
All right, let me ask you, so many things that I want to touch on there, Vern. Who would you be willing to sell the farm to, for, I should say, first?
I got a list here. T.J. Friedel of the Reds. I got 3 years left on him. You've talked about Joe Adell for the past few years, Bob. Brandon Donovan of the Cardinals. We saw Ken Rosenthal this weekend say that the Royals' hopes of acquiring Donovan or Jaron Durant of the Boston Red Sox, those likely are not going to happen. I think the Cubs with a Nico Horner, Ian Happ, Ketel Marte in Arizona. They've been talking about him all off season. It's 5 years. That's big money right there. How about that infield? Michael, Bobby, Ketel, and Vinny. C.J. Abrams in Washington, and how about Michael Garcia's cousin, Ronald Acuna?
Please.
It's a very team-friendly deal in Atlanta, but doesn't hurt to call.
No, it really doesn't. So that's a hell of a list that you have there. So back to the second point of that conversation, you mentioned Kaggs and Carter having to play big. Wouldn't having that veteran bat take a lot of pressure off of those dudes?
Yeah, without question. And that I believe that the pitching staff can be elite to where you don't need much more than a league average offense a la 2024. That was a league average offense that was carried by Bobby, Vinny, and Salvi, but league average was good enough because you had an elite rotation. This year, I think you could have an elite rotation, a good, if not very good, bullpen, so that could allow a league average offense to be good enough. But boy, we all understand how things change over the course of a 6-month season. You have to think that someone in that rotation is going to get banged up. Somebody in that bullpen is going to get banged up. And somebody in that opening day starting lineup is going to get banged up. So, yeah, you would like to think that the 9 position players and 5 starters that you roll out there on opening day, you would like to think that if these guys fall short or if someone gets hurt, we have some sort of an insurance plan. There is something other than these 4 bats and these starting pitchers need to do it all. you would like to bring in some reinforcement to take some of that pressure off Kaggs and Carter. Yes, and that coupled with the fact that this organization seems to be able to evolve and adjust a lot better than they did a decade and a half ago. That's why I'm so gung-ho about possibly making this trade. My issue is how many teams are willing to trade away C.J. Abrams, Ketel Marte, Seiya Suzuki, Wilyer Abreu. How many general managers and owners are willing to tell their fan base a few weeks before opening day, we got rid of that guy for some guys that you're not going to see this season?
We talk about pressure on Kaggs and Jensen. How much pressure is on this pitching staff to do it again, right? 2 years ago, fantastic. Last year, a lot of adversity, still fought through it with Bergert and Noah Cameron coming up. Is there more pressure on this rotation than there is maybe on those two kids being productive in the lineup?
Well, yes, in that they have a
for them to be successful.
Yes. I wouldn't say pressure. I would say the expectations are higher. You know, if anyone's going into the season confident that Jack Caglione and Carter Jensen are gonna put up X numbers, good numbers, but we're leery on Michael Wacha and Cole Reagans, I wouldn't understand that. Wacha's track record, Reagans, Lugo, Bubic, even what Noah Cameron did in his first campaign, man, I'd be willing to place a larger bet on their 2026 statistics more so than I would Carter Jensen and Jack Caglione. Honestly, next to Bobby and Mike Hell, those five starting Vinny as well. Next to Bobby, Vinny, and Mike Hell, those five starting pitchers to me are your constants. Those are the guys where, I can go ahead and pencil in their numbers for 2026. All five of those starting pitchers can be the guy for a turn, a couple turns through the rotation. Each one of those five starters can carry you, right? Can be your ace for a month at a time. Again, this rotation has the ability to be the best in the division so long as they can stay healthy. So if you want to talk about pressure, I think the pressure is on them to stay healthy. And again, you look at Lugo and Wacha's track record, the work that they put in the offseason, you have to think they'll be there to take the ball 30 times this season, and you just cross your fingers on Bubic, Cameron, and Cole Reagans, the three lefties in this rotation.
Vern, how much time are the Royals going to give Kaggs and Carter to take off before they say, okay, we can't waste the other guys. We've got to go out and add a bat. Do you think it'll be a quick, movement where they go out and add somebody, or do you think they'll play it slow like we see all the time in baseball?
Yeah, I would lean towards the latter. I think you have to give them at least a month and a half. And you have to have a better option somewhere, right? Even if Kaggs or Carter is struggling, their presence at the dish, their ability to put one over the fence is in the back of the pitcher's head more so than throwing Drew Waters or Nick Lofton or some other Punch and Judy up there at the dish. Now, a trade, again, you need a trade partner. So what team is going to part with that missing bats in May, in June, especially with the expanded postseason? So, yeah, I think the leash is pretty long for Kaggs, for Carter. I'll be if they get replaced via a trade, yeah, I just don't see how that could happen because if those guys struggle, boy, the pitching would have to be elite to do that, Bob, because if those two struggle, man, this offense is likely to struggle, which means this team is likely to struggle, which means how much are we really willing to part with to go for it in 2026 when the two guys we kind of put the pressure on going into the season are dropping the ball. So, yeah, to answer your question, I would say they're going to give them at least 2 months. Of course, this team will be active at the trade deadline, but I'd be shocked if the movement made at the deadline is to improve over Jensen or Caglione.
How shocked were you with the Kyle Tucker news?
The number, yeah, $60 million a year. That's what got me. You know, once you start hearing rumors of, you know, the Dodgers are looking at so and so, you kind of roll your eyes. Like there was, you know, some report that now they're thinking about maybe trading with Milwaukee for Freddie Peralta. I'm thinking there's just no way, but you know, there's someone to hate, just like the Heatles in the NBA, like you know, the Yankees from about 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to hate the Dodgers until you start watching them, and you're like, wait, I like most of these guys. They're fun to watch. They seem to enjoy the game. You can hate them from afar, but I think once you're there, once you're watching Dodger Blue, it's a pretty entertaining product.
Very much so, yes.
Who do you have tonight in the national championship game?
Man, that 7.5 hasn't moved, and I don't understand why. I mean, Indiana just seems so obvious. Of course Indiana's going to win, but that number not moving has me leery. So we'll see. I'll make a bet before 7 o'clock. So
That's right.
whatever I do the opposite.
You talked about a leash earlier. I want to bring this up because you said the leash for Cags and Jensen is long. What's the leash for the hitting coach? And I know that you hate this topic, but they brought in like 5 new voices. You're 2, yeah. But I think that the head man is still Zumwalt. Like, what's the leash on the offense, Vern?
Well, listen, if
Hitter's
you're
gonna
going
hit,
to,
I get it.
Yeah, but if you're going to make a change, do it. Do it now. You know, the whole, hey, we're 2 months into the season and our hitting sucks, let's blame the hitting coach. You did that a few years ago with Terry Bradshaw. Yeah. If you're going to make a change with the hitting coach, you do it now. But they believe in him. And, again, the guys inside that locker room, right? You know, Mahomes has guys that he likes, and you're going to keep them around.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby, Michael, Vinny, they have a great relationship, and they trust Alex Zumwalt. So it's not as simple as the numbers stink, it's your fault, you're gone.
Mm-hmm.
There's a ripple effect. I mean, these are human beings in there that have built relationships, and I know I wouldn't want to upset Bobby Witt Jr.
No doubt about it. Well, you don't upset us every time you're on, Vern. We appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday and have the ears to the radio on Thursday for the Hot Stove Show at 6 o'clock.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Vern.
That's our Royals
you.
insider there from 96.5, the fan, the man, the myth, the legend, the best there ever is, the best there ever was, and the best there'll ever be, Josh Vernier. I need to stop watching wrestling. But I like that. I mean, I think there is a little bit of pressure. I mean, this is a team that said last year they're a playoff team, and this year they have to come back and say, well, last year we got it wrong, but next year we want to make it right.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to make it right. And they're relying on, Cags and Carter, and I like that, but I also want to make sure that there's a backup plan in place in case it doesn't go for where we need it to go, and you don't waste that much time hoping guys would figure it out in a year where you can really contend. I mean, it's kind of like the Buffalo Bills with no Mahomes and whatnot, and if you're just, waking up this morning, Sean McDermott recently fired now.
Correct.
As the coach of the Buffalo Bills. Mike Vrabel, the longest tenured AFC East coach. He was hired 372 days ago before they hired Aaron Glenn with the Jets. So he is now technically the longest tenured AFC East coach at one season. 10 coaches have now been fired in the NFL, a third of the league. Mm-hmm. One job has been filled that we know of. That's the Giants' job. Buffalo now immediately becomes, I would imagine, the best job that is available. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yep. I think so at this point in time. But also, too, the last 2 MVPs in the NFL, both coaches were fired this year. And so there's big shoes to fill in Buffalo, big shoes to fill in Baltimore, obviously, and some guy on ESPN is advocating for Nick Saban to be the coach of Buffalo. Like, have you not watched? He advocated. I just retweeted it. He advocated for Belichick, Nick Saban. Oh God, I want to make sure I get this right because these were he advocated for Belichick, Tomlin, Saban, or McCarthy to take the job in Buffalo. Belichick is with Jordan Hudson at North Carolina. Tomlin's retired. Saban couldn't get out of the NFL fast enough, and McCarthy is basically what you have in Sean McDermott.
100%.
Right?
100%.
Like that may be the worst list of names that I've seen. And then, of course, we know already this morning Rex Ryan is bloviating for Belichick as well. Yeah. BBL Stinky.
Rex Ryan, kind of an a-hole of a coach. Who are your top a-hole coaches or people in sports? We'll talk about ours on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health are saying, hey, come see us this year and you will have a great new year. It's a chance to make a real positive change in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and are ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call Heartland Men's Health. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. And at Heartland Men's Health, they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men right here in Kansas City. It's a new year. Make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Plus, they have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Need to sell your house in Kansas City but not sure what the best option is? Selling a home, especially when dealing with foreclosure, divorce, job relocation, or an inherited property, can feel overwhelming. That's why I don't just make offers. I help homeowners understand all their options so they can make the right choice with no pressure and no obligation. I'm Rex, a local homebuyer and resident right here in Kansas City. Whether you're looking for a fast cash sale or just want to explore your choices, I'll walk you through the pros and cons of selling to me or listing with an agent. If selling directly is your best move, I'll offer you a fair cash price and a closing timeline that fits your needs in as little as 7 days or on your schedule. No repairs, no commissions, no hidden fees. Just a transparent, hassle-free process so you know exactly what to expect. Let's talk. Call 816-330-6000 or visit rexbuyskc.com for a free, no-pressure consultation. Rex Buys KC, helping homeowners make informed decisions with confidence.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. The new year is here. Home values are up, and you have more home equity than ever. Now is the time to put that home equity to work for you. This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Credit card balances are at an all-time high. Why pay 25 to 30% interest to them when you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call? Golden Oak's mortgage rate is 4.5%.
We have no fee to apply and no out-of-pocket costs. And if you call today, you could make no payments for 2 months. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Imagine how good it will feel to have those bills paid off. At Golden Oak Lending, we can make that happen in as little as 14 days. And if for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our 4.5% fixed rate. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
It is freezing in Mac's room over there, but it is hot on the coaching wire as breaking news at the NFL this year. Today, Bills have fired head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons and gone. The way Sean McDermott's spoken is, this comes from Ari Meroff of X. The way Sean McDermott spoke in his postgame press conference, criticizing the refs and then going on the record again to complain to a reporter on the way home, made it seem like he knew he was on the hot seat, and that turned out to be the case. In total, 10 teams will have new head coaches next season.
Yeah.
Period. Wild. Period.
I think I sent that to you guys late yesterday. Like, I go, he's still going. He's calling reporters from the bus. I've never heard of anything like that before, where you're actually calling a reporter to complain and do all that kind of stuff. But our friend Sal Capaccio, who's the Josh Klingler of Buffalo, he says, I believe the Bills can only go one of two ways. Number one, a head coach who's already won a Super Bowl. And number two, the brightest, probably young offensive mind. Any other coach is going to be a tough sell for many fans and basically look/feel the same as Sean McDermott. Now, who is that head coach that's already won a Super Bowl? I don't know. Obviously, Belichick and Tomlin are out there. I don't think they're available. McCarthy, that's this guy all over again. Sean McDermott all over again. I think if you are the Buffalo Bills, man, I think you have to probably go in a completely different direction. Sean McDermott was a defensive guy. You've got to hire an offensive guy, somebody that works well with the quarterback. I love your Brian Daboll suggestion. Mm-hmm. I think that really is a very good suggestion because they like each other a lot. Obviously, they work well together. Josh Allen was great when Brian Daboll was that offensive coordinator, but
I mean, Joe Brady have worked together. You could keep Joe Brady there.
Yeah, you absolutely could, and just kind of go to battle with the two of them. But
Joe Brady could be like, I'm just going to watch this Ben Johnson.
Yeah, see how this works out. But let me ask you this: how do you think hiring Daboll to be the head coach of the Bills would go over for Bills fans? Because you got to think the business side of things. Would that energize fans to buy tickets for a new stadium? I don't know that it would, but I don't know that Mike McCarthy is doing that either.
No. Mike McDaniels might.
Mike McDaniel might do that. Yeah. That's an interesting one.
It's the unknown.
Yeah. Now, if you're Kevin Stefanski, do you tell your guys in Atlanta, whoa, hang on a second here?
I just got a call. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
and we never saw him again.
Yeah, thank God the Giants got their contract signed with Harbaugh too over the weekend. You know, not that Buffalo was going to give $100 million. I don't think to.
They don't even hire people to shovel snow.
I know that's exactly right. So it'll be very. I mean, this is going to be. I don't know what a more intriguing hire is now, Buffalo or Baltimore.
Intriguing Baltimore, but obvious job to me is Buffalo.
Yeah, I want to work with Josh Allen.
I think Baltimore's probably going to go with a coordinator, right, that we see coordinating right now. Buffalo, man.
They're also really behind.
I know. Buffalo is,
and this is
well, maybe they're not though.
That's true. This is where I find Mac's take of Joe Brady being relevant because everybody's 3 weeks ahead of you on the coaching side. Like hell, Tennessee's down to 3 guys. One of them's old boy Nagy here. Mm-hmm. He's one of the 3 finalists that they've been like, it's these 3 guys, that's it. Nobody is champing at the bit to probably go get McDermott as their head man. I think he would probably come in as a coordinator somewhere and then could possibly get that job elsewhere because his regular season record, I think it was like 98-50, 5 AFC East titles, 8 playoff games that he won, but just never obviously got to the promised land. And now you've created a story in Buffalo because you ask, what is Buffalo, what do they think about? I think Buffalo's kind of on the same seat as everybody else. Like, it had to be McDermott. Now, Bean obviously isn't losing his job, but now he's the one on the hot seat. But maybe they knew the whole time that if this wasn't going to be it's going to be Joe Brady's job. And if that is the case and it works, then it works, because we talked about how much longer Mahomes has until it's like, hey, he's calling the plays and it's kind of like his thing, and we trust Mahomes' mindset and knowledge in this game. How much is it also where it's like, hey, Josh, like we know you know everything like that you're going to see, so like we just need some familiarity when it comes to a voice. Or maybe in Buffalo, they're having the same conversation that we're having in Kansas City about, I'm done with this stuff. I'm done with Dorsey and Brady and McDermott. I want somebody new. I want somebody with fresh takes to come in here and see what that sort of relationship opens up with Josh Allen. Or do they do what possibly the Kansas City Chiefs are going to do and bring back an old voice?
Yeah, and bring back Eric Bieniemy as the
because that would be the
offensive
Dayball
coordinator.
thing.
Yeah.
'Cause the Dayball Bieniemy kind of has some parallels where it's like, yeah, Dayball was here, but I don't want that. I want something new, because even though when he was here, we still couldn't beat teams in the playoffs. So I want something new. I want a new voice. I don't want this old coaches back in the same type of role. Just like a lot of people are like, well, I don't want Eric Bieniemy because I want the team to expand elsewhere with new voices inside the building.
It's interesting when you look back at recent firing of coaches that couldn't get over the hump. Like that's why they fired Sean McDermott, because of his lack of success in the postseason. But you got rid of Marty and you had Gunther Cunningham come in. That was not a good move. Andy Reid got fired. Chip Kelly came in. That was not a good move there. All these coaches that were so close to achieving success and then got fired, the replacements didn't necessarily come in and take the baton and kind of run with it. I'm trying to think of who else may be on that list as well. I mean, Mike McCarthy up in Dallas, Mike McCarthy in Green Bay. Neither of those coaches that they hired to replace Mike McCarthy have gone on and won a Super Bowl or won a championship. And so replacing somebody that has had a lot of success is not easy to do. And really the track record isn't all that great. Andy came in here, replaced an idiot as head coach and took over the franchise. And then once Chip Kelly became the idiot there, then Doug Peterson took over and they got their guys. So, I mean, this is a tough hire to make, guys. I'm trying to think of a Marty Schottenheimer type recently. Tom Coughlin got bounced. The Giants have been through 5 coaches in 10 years since they fired that guy. So you had a good one. You didn't have a great one. But based on what I can recall from recent track record of firing that guy who just couldn't get you over the top, the replacements haven't been great.
And sometimes people get fired because they're just a-holes. Do you guys have, because we asked the text line, who's your biggest a-hole in sports? A lot of people said Sean McDermott, or not Sean McDermott, they said Sean Payton, F that guy.
Yep, great one.
Somebody says, good grief, was Bill Parcells too busy? Todd Haley is close to being a top one. Bobby Knight, hands down. Somebody said this is a weird one, but an a-hole I would say is number 1 is Dennis Rodman.
I think he's more misunderstood than anything.
Yeah,
he's done some dumb stuff,
Yeah,
no question. But
I agree though.
Yeah, I'm thinking jerks like
he kicked the cameraman. A lot of people didn't
he
like
did that. That
Went-
sucked. Yes.
Yeah, went to Nitro instead of going to a practice when you're getting ready to play in the playoffs, but then lived up to the
Didn't
expectations.
Devontae Adams do something to a cameraman here?
He
I can't
shoved
remember.
him.
Shoved the guy.
Yeah.
That's dissipated.
And
That's gone.
and then he caught it, and Brandon Cooks didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
According to the refs, because somebody on the text line says, I can't even watch football anymore. It's a ref show. I don't hate that take.
Yeah.
I don't hate it, but you're
It
still
did become
watching.
a ref show late in the game yesterday,
I
though,
think-
and that was,
think
unfortunate.
What about-
Go ahead, Mac.
I was going to say this guy.
Yeah, just ultimately, I think we just coming in 6 games in 13 days, 6 Big East games. Is this like a kid's chair? I feel like I don't need to be in like a Phil Jackson chair, but like what the
Wasn't he suspended for the rest of the year?
I don't know. He
I
gets
don't
away
know.
with everything.
Yeah.
That's Dan Hurley.
Yeah,
Yes, Dan Hurley.
UConn's coach.
He's one of your top AHs in sports.
Has to be.
He's up
Has to
there.
be.
Especially with the verbiage he tends to use. That
Yeah.
you're
No,
like,
dude.
okay, well, if you're using this right off the cuff, that means that's in your Rolodex constantly.
100%.
My two are John Rocker. That guy sucks. And then also Rick Ankiel. I know you're not probably familiar with Rick Ankiel. He was a pitcher for the Cardinals. Then Tony La Russa made him a project, brought him back as a hitter. And then he came to the Royals, got injured, and we were like, hey, you ready to get going? And then he was like, I'm just not feeling it today. I don't think I'm going to play today. Not really ready in my mind. And then got traded.
Get bent.
From what I heard from a lot of people, that he was not the nicest guy in that locker room. He was a severe problem.
Damn.
But an interesting story nonetheless.
The great story, maybe.
Yeah,
Great.
I mean,
don't know,
like,
great's the wrong word to use. Interesting story.
Very interesting. I mean, he's basically like the opposite of Michael Lorenzen, but Michael Lorenzen's a nice guy. Whereas like Lorenzen was a position player turned pitcher, and Keel was like this electric pitcher. And then LaRussa ruined him because he just couldn't take him out of moments that were too big, ruined his psyche, came back, became this like powerful would be okay to say, but
he had a hot cup of coffee.
Wasn't the nicest Royals player, to my knowledge, that I remember.
I've had people try to make excuses with the LaRussa stuff and the mental side of things. And I can only imagine what he was going through, not letting a lot of people in, man. I don't kind of blame him for that. For me, it's always going to be Chris Carter when I think of the biggest jerks in sports. I mean, it's just from firsthand experience. I mean, that's really ultimately what it boils down to. And I've talked to so many people over the years that have had the exact same answer as mine as Chris Carter. That's why it took him so long to get into the Hall of Fame. Not a nice human being, just not a nice person at all.
And seems to always lose jobs.
Well, there you go. You see why. I mean, I think everybody's seeing, what I experienced in 1999 with Chris Carter and why I'm still to this day, 27 years later, going, screw that guy. He can kiss off because he was just rude, crude, and socially unacceptable to a lot of people. Just an arrogant ass. There's no other way to put it.
Somebody says Bill Romanowski. That's a top one. That's a top one.
Yeah, except when you sit him down and talk to him, he's like engaging and nice and on stuff. But man, it was.
I remember a story that I think it was Adam Sandler was on Rome's show, and they were talking about filming The Longest Yard, and Bill Romanowski was just laying out these actors, and at one point, like Sandler was like, "Hey, dude, lay off. This is a movie." He's like, "Sorry, man. When I step on that field, I just take over." It's like, okay, this is Hollywood, dude. This is not like, it's like when you play in those slow pitch softball leagues and the team's obviously not supposed to be in the league that you're playing in. That's just supposed to be a fun pure rec league. They hit all their home runs in the first inning and then they just keep hitting piss missiles over the fence. You're like, guys, these are outs. Yes, I'm scarred. Never played again. That was there for me. Somebody says, yes, Ankiel was an ass.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Diana Rossini.
Big
Talking
dust.
to NFL executives around the league about Buffalo's next head coach, and the name that keeps coming up, Brian Daboll.
Hey.
Good call.
Thank you. Mac, you got a couple A-holes?
Yeah, Sirianni, and then I think it was mentioned, one of the first ones, Sean Payton. Has to be up there. Has to be up there.
Someone says the number one answer has to be Draymond Green. He
Why?
does kind of suck.
He does, yeah.
But that's his
Punch
role.
Jordan Poole in the face
That's
at
a
practice.
I mean,
that's who he is.
Yeah,
which
he's
is an
an
a-hole.
a-hole.
One word. The news of the day so far: Sean McDermott fired and gone as the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Who's next, and what did we learn from what we've seen so far in this week's and last week's playoff rounds? Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, the football playoffs are here, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of that gridiron action. And right now, you can make entries and win money in the state of Missouri. And we've got a big football game tonight. So Underdog and playing on Underdog is so easy. Just choose if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Once you get them right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. And what I love most about the Underdog app is playing multiple sports in one selection. Basketball here, hockey there, football there. Combine them all into one and see what you can do. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code BOB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code BOB. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. If you're looking for the best, Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know goes to Synergen X and Low T Center to change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Hellsberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Helzberg. Shop in store or at helzberg.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more. You are worth more, and your car is worth more at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Rob Sight Ford, KC's Ford volume leader and top rated on Google. 135th and State Line. Rob Sight Ford, your 2025 Ford volume leader. Top rated on Google with 4.8 stars and 3,000 plus reviews. The best selection, best prices, and Kansas City's best customer service. Visit Rob Sight Ford at 135th and State Line. Buy right, save big, and drive home a winner. Only at Rob Sight Ford.
The Chiefs offseason show with Bob, Dusty, Cody, Alex, and CDOT is Tuesday, February 10th, starting at 9 a.m. right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
Coaching carousel continues to go around and around and around as Sean McDermott has been relieved of his duties. Of the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, fired. 10 head coaching vacancies in the NFL next season. The last time that happened was in 2022, and 8 of those hires have already been fired.
That's crazy, too, yeah.
Ari Meroff, as Bob had mentioned earlier, the names to keep an eye on for Buffalo's job, according to him: Brian Daboll, Mike McDaniel, Matt Eberflus, Nathaniel Hackett, Dennis Allen.
Nathaniel Hackett?
These are names I'm reading. Don't get mad at me. Josh McDaniels. Doug Peterson. It's what's funny too is he has Josh McDaniels, Las Vegas. Doug Peterson, Lovie Smith. These are the last time they were head coaches. Those are the coaches that were fired in 2002 is what I'm getting at, I guess. Kevin O'Connell and Todd Bowles are the only ones still standing out of those hires in 2022.
Okay.
And you could be honest, Todd Bowles probably should have gotten fired, but maybe there's people that looked at this from the outside looking in going, well, if all these people are going to get fired, maybe our guy is still better than what might come in, even if it was a wishy-washy, breaky sort of season. Todd Bowles just seemed to kind of lose that locker room, in my opinion. And Tampa Bay went through a bunch of injuries, obviously with Mike Evans out for most of the year, Bucky Irving out most of the year, Chris Godwin came back late, and they put a lot of pressure on Emmanuel Amika as their rookie wide receiver. But I think Daboll's name is going to be one of the top names because – what do you say? Buffalo has one of the best offensive lines. They have one of the top 5 running backs in football.
Yeah.
They have a top 3 quarterback in football.
Yep.
They probably need a little bit of help on defense.
And they need one wide receiver.
Damn.
And you think about their defense; they were injured this year. I mean, not that they would have been great with all their health in the secondary, but they were missing starting corners, starting safeties. They'll be better next year just off the rip with health.
Yeah, absolutely. By being healthy and really a new voice too. I'm trying to kind of process all of this that's gone on today because I really am in a tough spot right now, and I never thought I would be in this situation because I don't care what Buffalo does. On one hand, it makes sense to fire that coach because you haven't been able to get over that hump. On the other hand, the coaches that normally come in after these guys don't really do all that well. Number 3 is, what direction are you really going to go if you're Buffalo right now? One Buffalo reporter said the safe, easy way is Joe Brady. That doesn't excite a lot of people. Logical choice may be a Brian Daboll, and then there's the wish group in between, and even that didn't have, a lot of good names on it, like a Clint Kubiak or somebody like that. Remember, you fired Sean McDermott. You have got to go out there and make sure that you hire someone that is just as good or better. Easier said than done, right? It hardly ever happens that you get somebody just as good or better than the guy that you fired. But you had a guy that went to the playoffs basically every year he's been the head coach. From 2000 to 16, the Buffalo Bills did not go to one playoff appearance in 17 years. McDermott takes over. They go to the playoffs every year. Yeah, they didn't get over the hump, but you also had a coach that found ways to win up there, get into the playoffs. And so now I'm saying is like, I don't know what I'm saying, quite honestly. This is a tough one, man. This is a tough job that you're going to have to fill, because I don't know if the right logical candidate is out there for this job, who's got a ready-made quarterback to come in and just take this job and take it to the next level. Like, that screams Andy Reid. It really does. So
yeah, he's not out. He doesn't exist
it
right now.
screams Sean McDermott, or Sean McVay, I mean, and that guy's not available right now.
Nor should he ever be.
Yeah, I think they knew they were going to do this if they lost, and I think they knew that Brian Daboll was their guy. That's where I'm at now.
You
I'm
think
kind of
so?
convinced. I'm kind of convinced Daboll is all right. If they lose, this is what'll happen.
When I brought him up last week, nobody liked that idea, though.
I know, and I'm not like jumping for joy for the Bills of like, yeah, that's a great hire, but I think it's solid. Out of the names that you mentioned, that's by far the closest you can get to as good as McDermott. I don't know if he's as good, but it's
now. I will say this: if they went to Josh Allen and they said, do you want Daboll? He was a big fan of Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
Then that's maybe that's somebody that you go with. And again, because it didn't work out with the Giants does not mean it's going to fail in Buffalo. There's a lot of extenuating circumstances of why it didn't work with the Giants, from the quarterback to injuries to all of that kind of stuff, that took place. But these guys have an existing relationship. So you may want to try to see, and that's the other problem is, are you going to try to pick up where you are and continue to move this thing forward? Because most times you hire a coach, you got to take that step back to get everybody kind of accustomed to everything and then push this thing forward. You got a ready-made quarterback, so you need a coach that's going to be able to come in there and take advantage of that ready-made quarterback right now. Who the hell would you hire? I mean, this is tough, man. Like, tough for me. Anyway,
Spit on it.
Who would you take? I mean,
who's got more pressure in their job that they're going to acquire? Harbaugh in New York, whoever takes Baltimore, or whoever takes Buffalo?
Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo.
Buffalo, without a doubt. I mean, you're a successful franchise that fired their coach. Baltimore didn't make the playoffs, and the Giants have been nondescript for a decade. Buffalo's coming off of AFC Championship game appearances, playoff appearances, division titles. Whoever takes that job has got big shoes to fill. I mean,
Lane Kiffin.
And we know Lamar Jackson's great, but the way that the media and the way that most people talk about Josh Allen is in a different echelon, a different tier than Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. Those guys are fun and great for now, but people are holding Josh Allen to a different standard, one of closer to that of Patrick Mahomes, right? So the standard's going to be win and win immediately.
Yeah.
Yes.
And, Daboll's been a hot commodity for the Eagles. A lot of people in Philadelphia want him to be the offensive coordinator there.
Be a good hire.
Be a real good hire for Philadelphia.
I think so.
But now with this whole thing going on in Buffalo, he may be the right hire for Josh Allen.
And, the Chiefs requesting permission to interview Eric Bieniemy.
Oh, no
Really? Oh, man, I had no idea that was
we
gonna
told
happen.
you a week ago to start the show on Monday morning a week ago on the 12th that Eric Bieniemy was going to be the offensive coordinator.
It's going to happen.
This also comes from Ari Meroff, the GM for the Buffalo Bills. Brandon Beane is safe and will lead the head coaching search.
That was my next question. Is that the right decision? Should he be safe? Been there since 2017. A lot of good draft picks, a lot of misses too.
I mean, I think it should have been like a total recall. I think it's head coach GM on the same way. Now, granted, this was his head coaching hire, was McDermott, but like, you built the team. Like, it's kind of like captain goes down with ship, in my opinion.
That's kind of where I'm at. They've given him a long time, and I don't know that. I'm looking at these draft lists from the last 3 years at least. It's been better. It's been better for Brandon Beane.
Do you realize in the last 2 years, 18 teams have changed head coaches more than half?
Jeez. Well, it's like they say, they fire coaches too early in football.
Keep GMs probably too long.
Other names to keep a mind of is the Kubiak brothers.
Yeah, Clint Kubiak. That is an interesting name. I wouldn't hate that.
Offensive mind.
Yep. Young.
Innovative. I mean, he's doing it with Sam Darnold in that offense in Seattle. That offense looks a lot better than people might give it credit for. Kenny Walker, Charbonnet, JSN.
Yeah, were you talking about JSN the way you were before this year? No, no one was. No.
And he's got Darnold playing well too.
Playing great again. Yeah, I don't hate that. Again, I'm not like, wow, not like the Giants. Oh, whoa, Harbaugh.
Do you need to get a Harbaugh hire if you're Buffalo though? I don't know. Does Baltimore who's the next team that needs that Harbaugh hire?
The guys who just got rid of him, probably. Yeah.
And who's that guy?
Never heard of him.
This comes from John Gruden on Wake Up Barstool. That makes me sick. That makes me absolutely sick.
Ooh.
I don't think you can do much better than Sean McDermott.
There you go.
In a related conversation, Gruden said, "Who do I send my resume to? Does anybody have Bean's number?"
Whew, man. So we'll find out. Was it a McDermott or Josh Allen issue?
Is this the biggest firing now? Like the biggest surprise firing, the biggest firing?
Yeah, because we kind of knew the Pittsburgh Ravens outcome. Whoever won that game was probably going to fire their coach. I'm not a genius, but we all kind of had that, and then it actually happened. And then I had said that if Pittsburgh loses their first-round game and gets blown out by Houston, it's probably time for Tomlin to go. He stepped down, so we weren't really shocked. We'd have been shocked if
Pittsburgh
fired him.
Yeah, that would have been
but the way they handled it was not a shock. This is big, man.
That dude bounced with 2 years left on his contract and went right to his daughter's gymnastic meet.
I saw that.
That's a
I look at him and I go, that guy got no cares in the world right now, man.
This is from the text line. They want to let you know the Chiefs are requesting permission to interview Eric Bieniemy for their offensive coaching job.
Yes, last week on the 12th at 7 a.m., we told you Eric Bieniemy was going to be the offensive coordinator. This is not news for us.
Well, what's news for us is that Sean McDermott was fired, and they are going to keep their GM, and he will be the person. You know what? He should be fired if he answers any call that says Brett Veach. That would be how I would fire Bean in Buffalo. Coming up next, we'll dive more into what was the news of this weekend and today here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
Every Hardee's is closed. Well, that dog.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park & Go are ready for you. That's right. We're going to have some little snowy weather maybe this weekend. And if you're headed out of town, you need to make sure that your car is protected, and it will be at Park & Go because every spot at Park & Go is covered parking. So you never have to worry about the ice forming on your car or the hot summer sun beating down on the interior and ruining your car when you're out of town. You don't have to worry about any of that. My folks at Park & Go take care of everything. It's all covered parking and so easy to make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com. So as soon as you make that flight reservation, make that parking reservation and prepay, and you are set to go. Prepaying saves you money. Show up on the day of your flight, give them that reservation, and they'll send you to the parking spot they have reserved directly for you. It's right undercover, and the van meets you immediately and takes you right to the airport terminal. When you get there, you're there in no time at all. You can relax, and when you get back, grab your bags, walk outside, jump on the bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park & Go, family owned and operated.
NFL playoffs, let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the games shift fast, and with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Make every moment matter this NFL postseason with DraftKings. Like, we've got Seahawks and Rams coming up this weekend. That is going to be a nail-biter for the third time this season. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if that bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code 965. That's code 965 to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Missouri. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Best win to receive bonus bets, which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.com/audio. Limited time offer.
Hey, it's Gold, and just because the calendar turned over to 2026 doesn't mean Shawnee Mission Ford still isn't on a mission to do more. In fact, they're still offering the largest discounts, giving top trade allowances in Kansas City. I'm still enjoying driving the great Ford F-150. That 360 camera makes the parking so easy for me now. Also, the heated seats for most start. It is a must in the wintertime. So if you're looking for a place to buy a vehicle, it is Shawnee Mission Ford. They're also going to be with you whenever you need the service done. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more in 26.
Dana Hughes here, and it's playoff time, and there's no better place to bet the chase for the championship than Circa Sports. It's sports betting the way it should be. Whether you're betting championship or conference futures, sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there's no better place to make your bets throughout January all the way to the big game. Circa Sports, with high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Announcing Lee Summit Subaru's 0% event. Up to 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. And we have the largest selection of Subaru certified vehicles in Kansas City, starting as low as 1.9% for 72 months.
0% event and a lifetime warranty. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Based on January 2025 through June 2025 Kansas City inventory listings.
Escape to your new coastal seafood paradise. Introducing Aqua Pennies, where the freshest seafood, a full-service raw bar, prime steaks and chops, exquisite handcrafted cocktails, and a one-of-a-kind atmosphere come together in perfect harmony. Aqua Pennies is now open in Park Place, Leawood. Don't miss out. Experience something truly different. Tantalize your taste buds and elevate your evening out. To learn more, go to aquapennies.com.
Coast into Aqua Pennies, now open for lunch.
Expect mostly sunny skies today with a high of 24.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Two top stories out of the world this morning in the NFL. Sean McDermott fired from Buffalo as their head coach, and the Chiefs, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, are bringing in Eric Bieniemy to be interviewed for their head coaching vacancy.
Yeah, they don't have
offensive coordinator, offensive coordinator. And Hart saying crazy on you. This comes from the text line. Today is Jim Carrey's birthday. How old?
Oh, God, don't tell me 70. It's got to be. It's got to be 70. It has to be, right?
I think I saw it.
You saw it? 64.
Okay.
Close.
I thought it was like a big one then.
I know, yeah.
But he's older than you would think, you know.
Because someone on the text line said, Jim Carrey's 64 years old today. Best movie is, and they said, best performance, The Mask, Eternal Sunshine, Truman Show, Liar, Liar. Yeah. I responded with Dumb and Dumber or Ace Ventura. Obviously, you can have your opinion.
Do we like Jim Carrey? Like, does he get enough credit because he can go from that serious to funny? Like, there's not many actors that can do that. Bob Odenkirk is another guy that can do that very well.
Some people would say...
Yeah, he can do that really
Pesci?
Well. Pesci was great at that.
Yeah.
I mean, Pesci was like a bloodbath gangster in
Yeah.
Goodfellas, and then all of a
yeah.
sudden you're like you always say, like some kids will never know that Andy Reid coached for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
Some kids don't know what Joe Pesci was before Home Alone.
That's true.
100%.
No, there's a lot of adults now, too.
It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That guy, becomes a made man and then gets shot from behind in a open ballroom, or the way Casino ends, you're like, oh my, Nicky was still breathing when they put his body in the ground in the desert.
Robin Williams, Will Smith.
Yeah, I got to remove Will Smith. He just doesn't do it for me anymore. But Robin Williams is a really good one.
Yeah, he could do funny and serious.
Yeah, there's not many of those guys that can do that kind of stuff, you know, where they're just goofy and then, you know, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which is one of my favorite movies. I haven't watched that in probably 20 years.
Tearjerker.
Yeah, but I mean, I think about that movie a lot, guys, and I'm not going to lie. Like, you know, you think about all these little things that happen over the course of the day, and if you didn't do that little thing, that thing at the end of the day is not happening, whether it is, and then you can erase something from your mind and remove that entire memory. Like, do you guys have a memory that you would love to have removed from your mind forever and never know that part of your life existed? Because that's what that movie's about.
Seeing my 8th grade coach, Jim Johnson, butt naked in the shower in 8th grade was probably one I don't need to see ever again. Guy was like 6'6", bald, and 120 pounds. He goes, it's normal to wash after you sweat. Men's wieners. I was like, all right, Jim, you could have hid that crank a little bit. But either way, they said they had the conversation with their 9-year-old daughter about Jim Carrey's best movie, and she said that he deserves an Oscar for his performance as the Grinch.
Yeah.
He was great.
She get an Oscar for how long he's had to sit through the makeup.
But that's what I mean. Yeah. Like, he's so good at so many different genres of things, right? And he's never mentioned in those categories as best actors of all time or anything like that. I think people see him as
just like a funny guy.
Yeah, they don't remember that there's a serious, like, holy crap, man, that guy acted his ass off in that movie.
Has he done anything recently? He hasn't done anything in a minute.
Jim Carrey? He's Dr. Robotnik in all the Sonic movies. That's kind of like been his newest role.
Yeah, okay. So I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
so no. I'm good on that. It sounds like a paycheck type
absolutely.
decision, which is great.
Fine.
Go for it.
But he's taken kind of a back seat.
Yeah.
Andy Reid's kind of a guy that you think is serious, and then you see when he's funny, you're like, oh, he can do.
Yeah,
like,
he can do both. Yeah.
Right.
He knows when to pull it out. Mark Wahlberg, we've gotten a couple times. Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt's been funny and serious?
Brad Pitt's been serious.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the funny.
I was like, where's the funny?
Like, his humor's kind of different. Like, in Inglourious Bastards, he's kind of funny because he's just like a Nazi hunter, and he always has like little funny lines. Maybe Oceans, but like that's still kind of like a gray role, I guess.
Like Moneyball, there's like a dry humor scene with him and is it Gaffigan? I can't remember if it was.
Jonah?
No, not Gaffigan. Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Oh,
there's kind of a dry humor thing that he does with like a line delivery, but it's not like funny.
Tom Cruise, I mean, Tropic Thunder, greatest role in that movie, and then you watch him as like Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible movies, and he's always just like so serious, and then you watch him in like Tropic Thunder, and you're like, that's Tom Cruise?
What about Jack Nicholson?
Good one.
Yeah, when's he comical?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is he really comical though?
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking about him like in life because I see him in interviews. He is a funny guy.
He's a funny guy. You see him at the Laker games. You start to meld the two together.
But you're right. That's not his movies.
He's funny in Anger Management. I asked for the eggs to be runny. Him and Adam Sandler. Good movie. It's like the, what is it, the Andy Bernard quote from The Office. I now have a degree in management. It is anger management.
You tweeted this picture of these kids in Indiana lining up for the
Bloomington.
Bloomington tonight. What's the earliest you've ever gotten to a bar to get in line for a game or to enter a bar to watch a game?
I was telling you, I think I've been to Arrowhead at 6 a.m. for a 325 kick before, and I've been to...
I'm talking just bar.
Yeah, Harpo's we went to when the Chiefs played the Patriots, and they lost in the wild card round, the divisional round, and when Alex Smith was quarterback.
I forget. I think that's either 2016 or 17 because they had beaten Houston the week before. That was that Niall Davis? Was that who took that kickback?
Oh, you're talking about that. So that was 2016.
So 2016.
Yeah.
I don't know when they played that game time-wise, but I know that we were at Harpo's at 7:30 in line because all we wanted was a table with a view of a TV because we had gone before, and it was just standing room only packed, and you're standing by the bar kind of looking. But we made
That's miserable, though.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
So we're like, we're going to have to get there like 7:30 and wait. And I think I want to say we got there at 7 or 7:30 because at the time our friends were still young, 22, 23, living downtown, having a house or an apartment down there. So it was like, yeah, we can just like piggyback Saturday night, get up, go out there. So I would say if that game was like it might have been a noon game, but it might have been like one of those random like 2:30 games or whatever that time would have been in the divisional round. And
I feel like
I just don't know.
It was a Saturday night. I know that.
It was a Saturday afternoonish night game because we went to.
I think it was Houston. It was the 3:30 game.
Yeah,
duh.
and then we went to Rudy's Cafe across the street or down the road a little bit later on. And smashed that burrito that has like the queso over it. And the lady was like, "How was the game today?" I was like, "We lost."
Yeah. No, I'm trying to think if that game was a night game or not.
It was late. It was dark when we left, but again, it's in the wintertime, so 5:30 lights out. But I remember we got there pretty early for that game, and the waitress was great because right when we sat down, she's like, "Bloody Mary Mimosa."
No, I think that was a Saturday night game too, if I'm not mistaken.
It might have
Dusty.
been.
Yeah.
I just know we went to Rudy's afterwards and smashed Rudy's Cafe. Fire.
Yeah. Smash. I think that was a Saturday night game. So Vip and I used to get to this place in St. Louis early when it was like tournament games and stuff like that. We get there at 8 a.m. for tournament games and
But at least there you've got the whole day to watch games until your team plays.
Yeah, but I mean, you're
still getting there.
Yeah, you're still getting there. You're still spending 12 hours in a bar before tip off. But I honest to God,
pace.
I have no recollection of the championship game that year.
In 08?
With Kansas. I don't know what the hell went on in that game.
I hope this thing doesn't go to overtime.
The last thing I really remember is Billy Packer in a North Carolina game going, "This is a blowout," and North Carolina made their comeback or whatever it was for a while there. But and then we used to go to the schoolhouse really early too, and doing this job. All right, you get off at 10, Fescoe. You go down there and save tables for everybody. And so I would go down there and drink towers of beer, waiting for people to show up. I mean, that's just because you wanted a seat. You didn't want to deal with the crowds. You wanted to have a seat. You wanted to have your beer. You wanted to have the TV. So I asked, what's the earliest you've ever gone?
I mean, we went to the Garage, which was a bar that was in Warrensburg at 5 a.m. We would start standing in line because Breakfast of Champions opened up at 6 a.m. and we would stand in the line in Pine Street waiting to get in.
Ooh.
Never falling asleep 4 years in a row, champion. Never made it to the game.
I guess Stefanski's officially been hired in Atlanta.
So there's two?
Because Tom Pelissero just tweets out the Falcons agree with defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich on a new 3-year deal. Kevin Stefanski's first key staff addition comes in-house.
So that is inked. That was officially inked yesterday then.
The Stefanski, because I didn't see much about it's officially official or anything like that. Everybody goes, it's leaning that direction.
I saw that it happened, and I saw that it was like Stefanski found, putting the openings next to the vacancies rather, with names.
Yeah, and they had Stefanski next to Atlanta.
And they had Stefanski next to Atlanta yesterday.
I mean, that definitely makes sense, right, to have Stefanski be there with that offensive talent that's on that side of the ball. Now you got to see what they do with,
Here's another one from ESPN going with the Mike McCarthy should be hired in Buffalo.
No,
How does
no.
I don't understand that one. Like
bad.
These people work for ESPN and people think they know what they're talking about. They're idiots. I mean, we're going with Mike McCarthy again. This is the second person now that says Mike McCarthy needs to be that guy. They had Mike McCarthy.
Yes.
They need the guy who's going to take them from where Mike McCarthy was to that next level. Who that guy is, the hell if I know, though.
Mike McCarthy is a Cleveland hire.
Yes.
Yeah, if
he would have
Harbaugh-
been a Giants hire.
If Harbaugh didn't exist, he would have been perfect for the Giants. Let's
Right.
get them back to relevancy. Let's build a foundation. Let's win 10, 11 games, make the playoffs.
Right.
And then let's hand it off to whoever our next guy is.
That's right.
The Bills are not there. They need to break through.
Yeah, but who is that guy? Like, this is a hard one for me. Usually I can rattle off a few names and say, I think this would be a good guy or that would be a good guy for Buffalo. I don't know what the answer is. I would hate to have to make this hire if I was Buffalo right now.
Part of the reason I don't hate, Dusty's original thing that I think is going to happen, original suggestion that I think is going to come to fruition, Brian Daboll, because they all have been so close. It's not like they need to completely drastically divert away from everything they've been doing. They are right there. Just a little change of voice, a little tinker here. Daboll has all of of what Sean McDermott had, plus just a little bit different perspective and a couple different visits over the last few years.
I think he's a different human being too.
Yeah.
You know, different personality.
Yeah.
I think there's also a reason why you would think it might be that take of Dayball, because this was Shawnee Mack after the game in Buffalo and Denver.
It's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled. And if it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down? Just to make sure that we have this right. That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
So fake.
Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
So that was the press conference following the Denver and Buffalo game, where Buffalo would lose in overtime to Denver. And then Ari Meroff. Sorry. No, you're good. And then Ari Meroff said that, you know, with the comments that you hear, maybe he knew that his seat was hot. I don't know how that conversation comes about when you're in that sort of position where it's like, do you hear the spiders in the walls talking about man, I really got to win this game? Because if that's the case, it makes me think that if I'm Buffalo and I'm Brandon Beane, I think when I look at this, my hire should be done by Friday. And
Brandon Beane's been promoted too.
Oh, good.
Wow. Buffalo just put out a statement.
God.
What the hell do I know?
So funny how that works.
Sean has done an admirable job of leading our team, but it was time. You know, I feel that we need a new voice. Sean helped change the mindset, blah, blah, blah. We wish him the best. Moving forward, Brandon Beane will now serve as the president of football operations and general manager of the Bills. Brandon will oversee all facets of our football operation, including the oversight of our coaching staff. I have full faith in and have witnessed Brandon's outstanding leadership style. Beane will lead the search for a head coach. So there you go.
Invincible.
Yeah.
Be a GM, maybe. Be a GM. You'll outlast 3 different head coaches, and you'll be there for all of them, and you'll be the reason a lot of the mistakes, a lot of the reason things went wrong happened, but you'll be fine. You're up there in that owner's box. You're making nice with that owner.
Mm-hmm.
You're besties.
Yeah, taking the Carl Peterson route.
Absolutely, yeah. Become best friends with your boss. I mean,
I'm still trying.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying this is the way it works.
Yeah.
Right.
And add on top of that, he picked Josh Allen, and that is going to just kind of make him invincible for a while.
And it should. I mean,
And traded with the Chiefs to lose Mahomes.
Yeah. But still, with all those trades and everything, they still are one of the most formidable teams up there, too.
Yeah.
I mean, so you do have to give them credit for that. Even with all of those trades, the Buffalo Bills, you know, you could say the general manager did his job. Once they got onto the field, the coach didn't really do his job, because you've had good enough players to make it this far for the last 8 or 9 years, right? You don't make it all because of coaching. You do it because of talent. And you could look at it and go, the general manager put these teams together. Our coach hasn't been able to take us to that next step. Again, who that guy is, I sound like a broken record. I wouldn't want to be making this decision. I think this is the hardest hire in the entire cycle. I mean, the Giants obviously did what they did. That's brilliant. Atlanta's got Stefanski. That's going to look like a good hire. I don't think the pressure's on Baltimore like it is on Buffalo right now.
No.
And then Pittsburgh, you know, you got some time. You don't even have a quarterback there. And then Cleveland's Cleveland. And you can go down the list of all these other teams. I think this Buffalo job is going to be the hardest hire to decide what the right one is, because you've got a well-oiled machine that just needs the right voice. Who that right voice is, we'll find out.
Let me just have a conversation with you guys, because the 2 TVs have the same thing on in here. I'm just throwing this out there. Indiana wins tonight, 42-14. Why wouldn't you call Cignetti?
Because I think he would get run over by NFL players.
Fair point.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay.
Just a different sport.
It is 100%.
It's a different sport.
I just think Buffalo already knows who they're hiring.
I agree.
This is a huge laundry list that has come out with the announcement of Beane and McDermott, and it's Monday before we even got off the air. This is the first coach we've seen get fired this early on a Monday.
Yeah.
Harbaugh was later in the day.
Yeah.
Tomlin was a step down on like a Tuesday. And then here's McDermott, like almost immediately.
8
Once
a.m.
everybody's up, it's like, hey, here's the news. He's done. We're back home.
See ya.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to fire him, and I'm also going to get a raise.
Cameron Wolf, who works for NFL Network, talked to 3 Bills players this morning just learning the news that Sean McDermott was fired after we all did. They were all shocked. One text, WTF.
Can I also
Oh, wow.
Can I also bring this up as well as a serious part of this? Did Josh know that he was going to lose McDermott too, and that's why he was emotional like that? I know it's a lot
fair
of
point.
It's a lot
fair.
of losses,
Yep.
and he was horrible. And he probably knew that his performance also got his head coach fired, and that's why the emotions were pouring out of Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Could see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I could definitely see that.
Because they
Again,
lost they lost with 13 seconds left in the game. He didn't cry.
And that was also 5, 6, 7 years ago, right? When you probably think, oh, I'll be back.
Yeah.
And every time you're back, it's worse.
Yeah.
And like he knew, like, because how bad he played, that the end result, he wasn't going anywhere.
Of course not.
But if also, too, if he had a good relationship with this guy, wouldn't they have kept him on, though? Like, hey, Josh, like, do not get rid of this guy. Like, if his voice was that key, or maybe, I don't know what his relationship was like with Sean McDermott. I really don't. I don't have any idea if those guys got along, or if Josh went in there and goes, move on from this guy, or Josh really liked him and go, we don't care what you think, we're moving on from this guy. It's best for you as well. I mean, I just don't think you can look at the quarterback and say, what do you think we should do? If you're the owner of the franchise, that's your job to make that decision and to make that call. And I don't blame the owner of the Buffalo Bills for making this decision. I just have no earthly idea how you move forward. It's a hard one.
I would blame the owner if the writing on the wall was the GM. Because if the coach and the quarterback have a great relationship and you didn't really improve your offense, like you struck out on Coleman. You did.
Oh, yeah.
You struck out on Coleman. You have no real big name with Josh Allen, because one thing we always say, at least we started this with Mahomes, and what we learned from the playoffs is that you need a damn good receiver and you need fast offensive line. Like you just need some fast speed on defense, and you need somebody that you can rely on that can be a solid person. Buffalo didn't do that for Josh Allen. They got rid of Stephon Diggs, and they never replaced him. They never replaced a wide receiver one, and they just let Stephon Diggs walk. And look what he did in New England this past weekend. Nothing flashy, but he caught a really good contested touchdown catch and a really big third down catch. And that's really what Josh Allen could have used in Buffalo. That's not McDermott or Josh Allen's fault. That is your GM's fault. And now you're going to see how those press conferences went. And that's honestly, now that I think about it, why Josh Allen might have been so emotional. Because like you say, maybe they did have a really good rapport and a really good relationship, and they were ready to go to the front line and battle for each other. And Josh Allen knew that as bad as he played, which could bring tears to your eyes if you're a Buffalo fan as well, or a quarterback, that it was going to be the obvious of the right on the wall. Because McDermott's press conference that we just played, you heard those words. That seemed like he knew. Josh Allen, the way he was emotional in his press conference, seems like he knew, which means if I'm Buffalo, that hire needs to be made by Friday. Get ahead of everyone, know what you're going to do, because what do we always say about quitting a job? If you're going to quit your job, you better have a job lined up behind it, because we know how hard it is to find a job. The NFL this year in the coaching tree, it's going to be hard to find the right guy to fill that void with all these openings.
All these openings and not great candidates, too. Like all of a sudden, if you're one of these teams with an open, are you hiring Sean McDermott?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Oh, if I'm Baltimore, absolutely I'm giving Sean McDermott a job.
What about if you're like Arizona?
If I'm Sean McDermott, I'm saying thank you, but no thanks.
Yeah, right, exactly. If I'm Sean McDermott, I'll go to Baltimore. I'll go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, if Pittsburgh would be a great hire for Sean McDermott.
Pittsburgh,
I don't know about Baltimore. I don't know about that.
Well, they do have Lamar.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But
saying.
he just ran Harbaugh out of town.
Yeah, we just saw McDermott with a star quarterback not do enough for the defense, and that's already.
It just kind of goes all over the place.
Yeah, it's tough.
But somebody would be very lucky to get Sean McDermott as his coach. But I think the timing was right. Like both can be true, right? Andy Reid was done in Philadelphia, but he was a godsend here in Kansas City. Sean McDermott, look, an Andy Reid disciple, may be done in Buffalo, but he could end up being a godsend for Pittsburgh. You just don't know what these guys, potentially could do in a different location. And, we can sit here and say, well, it's not the coach's fault, it's the talent. Those turnovers, man, that's on the player. But what's going on behind the scenes? How uptight did Sean Payton have these guys all week, too, going into these playoff games?
Yeah.
Sean McDermott, yeah. How uptight did he have these guys wound all week long? And how much pressure did he put on them subconsciously by not doing it on purpose, but he's stressing the importance of this game? We can't make mistakes and all this kind of stuff. And then you get in your own head, and then all of a sudden you're like, What? Huh? What am I supposed to do? Turnover, because you're wound so tight, because your coaches wound you so tight all week that you just can't go out there and play free. Because I'm sure they heard all week, we get past this game, man, we have no Mahomes, we have no Burrow. That makes your sphincter tighten even more than it's ever been. And so when you look at a head coach, the messaging is key to everything with your team. If you're wound tight and you're like this the whole time, you're trying to teach these guys, they're going to go out there and they take on the personality of their coach. And so I think that's kind of where all those turnovers came to, because looking back now, maybe Sean McDermott knew that if they lose this game, he's out, and they go out there and they turn the ball over 5 times, 4 by your quarterback.
We'll dive into the national championship game tonight, plus get to our brioche of the weekend. Wasn't Josh Allen. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at Heartland Men's Health, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at Heartland Men's Health. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600, or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
When the cold sets in across KC, AB May is the trusted name for keeping your home warm, safe, and secure. From furnace repairs to system replacements, we deliver reliable solutions and unmatched care and professionalism. Whether it's a sudden breakdown or routine maintenance, AB May is here to help. Trusted by generations of Kansas City homeowners, we're committed to doing things the right way every time. Call AB May at 913-732-9993 or visit us at abmay.com.
Call your serviceman from AB May.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Fellas, listen up. It's 2026, and this is going to be your best year yet when it comes to sex. You know why? Because you're finally going to take the advice and try chewable tablets from Blue Chew. Blue Chew's tablets help you feel and perform at your best, stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a pep talk in a gym membership. Be more confident where it counts. Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. You'll have flashbacks to your glory days, and dating has just got longer and better for everyone. Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient for your individual prescription. Just like how we love to watch the athletes that we root for show up during the game's most exciting moments, you should be able to show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com and get your first month free when you use the promo code KFNZ at checkout. You just got to cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Go to BlueChew.com, use the promo code KFNZ, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
A lot of candidates could be up for brioche of the weekend. Could have been your divisional weather for football. I mean, the Chicago Rams game was perfect football weather. The New England-Denver game, football weather. Looked miserable, looked like it should in the middle of January for football. As brioche of the weekend is presented by Sheet Metal Workers Local number 2. During the high school football season, vote for the high school football game of the week at prepskc.com. And each week, Sheet Metal Workers will give $750 to both nominations as boosters. And then we usually announce that on those Friday mornings. But British the Weekend brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local number 2. I'll start mine off because it's super nerdy. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms was debuted last night on HBO, which is another spinoff prequel of Game of Thrones. So it takes place 100 years before Game of Thrones starts. The Targaryens are still in control of the Iron Throne. Sick. And it brings in this new knight and his little side guy named Egg.
Okay.
So reviews came out from last night's first episode, and the internet is pleased with it. Said it is a good spin-off series.
There we go.
So you get this before the final season of House of Targaryen, which I think has kind of lost a lot of people's interests because of the way that they have kind of built it up and then just kind of fizzled. And you're like, wait, I thought that this was going to be the battle episode. Nope, you're going to have to wait 3 more years until we finish the series. But A Night of the Seven Kingdoms did debut last night. I'll watch it when I get home today to catch up on that. That's my brioche of the weekend, that we still get Game of Thrones life. And, oh, by the way, side nugget, George R.R. Martin, the guy that can get bent all the way to hell, refuses to finish the stories, has apparently been telling the people that are directing and writing the House of Targaryen all his ideas of what they should do. And the guy's basically going, that's cool. I'm not going to do any of that. Yeah. You should finish the books before you come in here and tell me how to run my show.
Yeah. We're going off of things that aren't written anymore. So write something.
So get bent. British of the weekend for the Dust Man is A Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Is Seinfeld considered a prequel to Curb?
I would think so. But it's also interesting because then Larry's known to say in Curb that he wrote George's character based on him.
Yes.
So I guess you could say,
yeah. Because a lot of the stuff in Seinfeld you see in Curb. That plot line was in Seinfeld and they changed it a little bit to make it in Curb.
The ice cream lick. You got to twist it when you lick it. I'll make us some tuna sandwiches and we'll go rock climbing.
Yeah, it's a lot of the, same sort of.
Well, and the titles are almost kind of hand in hand. There's a lot John Voight's car, and then you watch Curb, and it's A White Lily, and you're like, why is that the title of the episode? And then you see it develop, and you're like, now I got it.
Right,
or exactly. The Carpool Lane, one of the greatest Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes ever.
Carpool Lane is
fantastic.
I
mean, he picks up a hooker.
Marty, can we sit down here? This is my dad's seat. Yeah, your dad's dead. Larry, get away from me.
Do you know that episode actually helped solve a crime and got a guy off of murder charges?
What?
Oh yeah, it's
There's a documentary on
It's
it.
about 45-minute documentary.
Okay.
Worth your time.
It's
No idea.
Yeah, just like this guy was accused of murder, and somehow, some way, he remembered he was at the Dodger game when they were filming Curb, and they've got all the footage, and they've got him in the stadium.
Wow.
The police department actually reached out to Larry David if they could get into the cans and like watch it
Yeah.
all. And there's a scene. Larry's going down the aisle, and they pan over, and guess who's sitting in the same row?
Yeah, the guy who they said murdered somebody at that same time, and
He's like, dude, I promise I went.
So now you don't need to watch it.
Yeah,
That's
no,
crazy.
it's still cool to watch,
Yeah.
though. I mean, there
It
it
was.
is.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
watched it, and I was like Leo in that meme. I'm like, he's right there.
yeah, like
Can't be him.
You know what the end result is going in because they
it's-
tell you this documentary saved this guy's life from going to jail. But just watching the whole thing, and then you start to think about like how many other people maybe could have gotten off on a charge or something because something was going on. They ended up in the background of something, or it's just weird.
Then they asked Larry, like, are you happy that this guy's free? He's like, yeah. No, I'm kidding.
No, Larry was actually like, hey, man, that's cool. Like he actually
Yeah,
kind
it
of
is damn
embraced
cool.
it. And, yeah, so.
Is that on HBO, The Night of the Seven Kingdoms?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's what I figured. All right, yeah, I'll give that a watch. I'll do Bills Broncos. I don't know, just that was awesome. I was at a bar close to my sister's house in Olathe that I'm definitely going to be a new regular spot, pretty close by, especially when it gets warm. Great patio called the Pour House. It was awesome. Very cool vibe. It was also really cool just watching that game specifically at a bar, getting the local feel for Chiefs fans. I mean, loud, audible cheers for Buffalo the whole fourth quarter. I mean, and overtime. I mean, we are cheering like it's a Chiefs game for the Buffalo Bills, rooting against the Denver Broncos. So that was kind of cool to kind of get that barometer of how KC felt during that game. But yeah, just a great experience. Lost a decent amount of coin on the Buffalo Bills. Kind of kept quintupled down, I think, throughout that game on the money line on Buffalo. But hey, happens, man. Super fun game, super fun place. The Pour House, good bar.
Yeah, so that's awesome. But how was the crowd? Was good, crowded, small crowd, big
It
crowd?
was decent. I mean, it's kind of a divey bar,
Yeah.
but yeah, there was.
And
there
it was cold on Saturday.
Yeah, very cold on Saturday.
God,
Yeah,
it was cold, but yeah, it was fun. It was a good amount of people there. Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody reveling and doing because I got up yesterday morning early as I do every weekend, and I had one of the ABC stations on, and they were doing a story about happy hours being done. Like happy hours now since 2019 or whatever are down 44%. Like nobody. They interviewed one guy. Goes, why do I want to continue to work and not get paid? And I'm like, it's a brilliant way to look at it, man.
Yeah.
Like you work with these people all day. Do you really want to go out and hang out with them afterwards? Or you want to go home, right? I was like, damn. So but people aren't going out. People aren't drinking as much anymore. It's good to see these places crowded and doing their thing. So mine goes to my wife this weekend for her friend came into town. We surprised her with her best friend flying into town.
Oh, she had no idea that friend was coming?
Yeah, no idea. No,
That's awesome.
And
Who
all
lost their shoe?
yeah, and so we just had a great time. All of her great friends showed up and supported her on
Good.
Friday night for her birthday. So many people came out of the woodwork, and her friend coming in from Portland was awesome. I really enjoyed that. So that was a good.
That's cool.
It's a good way to kind of get ready for spring. Like that's a good happy hour to kind of peace out
was
for
it
a while.
a yelp?
It was great. Yeah, a little cry and little tear. And
How long have they been
whatnot.
friends?
About
enough?
10 years. Yeah, long enough. Yeah.
It's a really good feeling to surprise.
It really
your spouse,
is. Yeah,
surprise
it was
one of your
awesome.
friends.
Yeah. Like I was just surprised we all kept it under our hat, and she had no idea that anything was going to happen. So that was really fun.
Love that.
Yeah, part of the excitement of seeing your spouse surprise is also the excitement of, okay, this worked.
Yeah.
this is relief. Okay,
Yeah, and
we
it's
pulled
over.
it off.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah,
Keeping these things a secret.
It's like keeping a secret of a snow squall coming through the town. Is that what they call that? A squall?
Squall?
Whatever that wave of snow was Friday afternoon.
Maybe. I don't know.
Blew through Lee Summit out of nowhere. It just looked like a blizzard. A squall.
Snow squall.
There it is.
Yeah, a brief, intense winter weather event.
Told you.
There we go. Snow squall. I like it. Didn't know it.
Somebody says from the 913 they've been in a fight at Poor House. It gets rowdy.
Dude, it does get rowdy. Absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Rowdy is in not like that. Rowdy is in like fun.
I do love a good dive bar. I still
It was
miss
very
Dewdrop
divey.
In.
It was kind of like regulars showed up and there was 2 beers and 2 shots. Like they know their drinks right away when they sat
That's
down.
kind of how like Dewdrop In was. You'd walk in there and they'd be like, "What is it?" You're like, "Oh,
pickled egg and a beer."
People were really nice though. It wasn't like that. It was super nice.
Yeah.
Like my brother was looking for his phone or something. And random guy comes over. Hey, did you drop this? Like that. It was that sort of environment. Really cool. Local KC people. It was fun.
How's the food?
Solid. Wings were great.
Love me a good
Cheap
wing.
too. Good pricing. That's the thing. It was like
We went to El Pollo Rey, too, this weekend, right across from San Antonio's Tacos at San Antonio. Across the street, get a chicken. Their wings are really good, too.
Okay.
The older I get, I kind of love the old sauce and chard.
I'm with you.
Like, I used to love just like the double fried wing. Nowadays, you fry it, sauce it, char it, re-sauce it. Hello,
We used to call them
Cincinnati.
like trashed wings in St. Louis, where they would fry them, sauce them, fry them, and then boom. They were so good.
Gosh. Over under on wings that you ate that night, Mac, 13.5. He's a growing boy. Go do nice things for somebody today. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care.